evidence of potential violations of the statutes regarding the handling of classified information. Do you agree with Director Comey's statement?
Again, I would refer you to Director Comey for any further explanation as to the basis for his recommendations. The recommendation that I received from the team, including Director Comey, was that the investigation be resolved without charges.
Director Comey made a recommendation, but he made a recommendation to the Department of Justice, which you head, and you would have to come to the final conclusion on whether or not to act. I would presume that before you acted, you would look at his conclusions and determine whether you agreed with them or not.
As I've indicated, I received a briefing from the team, which included not just the prosecutors but the agents and Director Comey. Their unanimous recommendation was that the matter be resolved in the way in which we've announced, and I accepted that recommendation.
Let me ask you one final question that does not regard the specific facts with regard to Secretary Clinton. But Director Comey said that there was not clear evidence that Secretary Clinton or her colleagues intended to violate laws governing the handling of classified information. My question for you is intent to violate the law a requirement under 18 U.S.C. Section 793F?
Well, Congressman, I think the statutes that were considered here speak for themselves. To answer further would require a discussion of the facts and the analysis of this matter, which, as I've indicated, I'm not in a position to provide at this time. Again, I refer you to Director Comey's discussion for that. As I've indicated, the team reviewed this matter, and it was a unanimous team decision.
And you made a decision following their recommendation to you that you were not going to prosecute and the matter was closed. Is that correct?
I made the decision some time ago that I would accept the recommendation of that team and was awaiting that recommendation. When I received it, there was no basis not to accept it. And again, I reiterate my pride and faith in them.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your faith in them. The concern here is regard to your sworn oath to uphold the United States Constitution and the laws thereunder, including 18 U.S.C. Section 793F and 18 U.S.C. Section 1924, and to conclude that no prosecution would take place without examining and drawing conclusions regarding the questions that I've just asked does not seem to be a responsible way to uphold your constitutionally sworn oath. At this time, I recognize the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers, for his questions.
Thank you. Thank you for being here again, and Attorney General. And thank you very much for your frank and candid discussion with us that is now taking place. I'm looking for answers and views of some events that I'm going to string together and ask you to discuss as far as you can in an appropriate manner. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, police shot and killed Alston Sterling. Video shows that he was shot while being pinned to the ground by 2 officers. Outside of Minneapolis, police shot and killed Philando Castile at what should have been a routine traffic stop. He was armed, but reports suggest that he repeatedly told police that he had a valid permit for the weapon. In Dallas, a gunman killed 5 police officers and wounded 7 others in what appeared to be a well-planned attack. This terrible act, in the middle of an otherwise peaceful protest in a city that has become a model for community-engaged policing. And so I think you're qualified to advise us here as both the chief law enforcement officer in the United States and the first African-American woman to hold that post. How can we make sense of these events during these trying times, ma'am?
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to speak on these issues. I believe that you have truly outlined the issue of the day facing our nation. And it is my hope that as we all look at these tragic incidents, that we will take the opportunity to draw closer to each other, to have the difficult conversations about race and policing in this country, involving all sides, involving all issues and all points of view. I have spent the last year as Attorney General touring this great country, meeting specifically on the issue of police and community relations. And I have sought out jurisdictions that have had extremely troubled relationships, but have in fact made the conscious decision to pull themselves back from that brink and develop a positive relationship between the community and law enforcement. It can be done. I have seen it done. You have cited Dallas as one example of a police department that, through its community policing efforts, has crafted a strong bond with its community, so that when there is tension, there is an outlet, there is a way for discussion. I believe, Congressman, that the key to many of the problems that we face is communication. Communication and truly listening to one another. Listening to individuals who feel, for whatever reason, separated and at a distance from the goals of this great country. Individuals who feel that they do not have an opportunity to fully participate in this great democracy, as well as listening to our brave members of law enforcement who talk to me every day with great poignancy about why they joined this wonderful profession, their desire to protect, to serve, to put young people on the right path, to build a better country, and to, in fact, build strong communities because they live in those communities. All of that must be recognized, as well as the pain of law enforcement who feel themselves under attack as well. By recognizing our common humanity, our common loss, and our common goals, we can, in fact, work on this difficult problem.
Thank you for your response. I would like to ask you in a friendly way how we can, as a committee, what is it that we can do to address the problem? And we seek your friendly advice in that direction because we want to work together with all the branches of government, and the House Judiciary Committee is in a very unusually important position to play an important role in this.
Yes, thank you, Congressman. The Department of Justice is actively engaged in working with both communities and law enforcement to further these discussions. And of course, efforts in our grant-making arena are important there, and we welcome and appreciate the support of this committee and others in making sure the department's grant-making operations are fully funded. We also provide a great deal of support for law enforcement through training and technical assistance, for example, the Bulletproof Vest program, and our funding for body-worn cameras for so many police departments. Again, we thank this committee and so many members of Congress who have provided bipartisan support for those efforts, and we would hope that those efforts in funding in particular would continue. Those are just a few of the examples of ways in which we hope to continue to receive support. I would also note that the issue of criminal justice reform is a larger canvas upon which this conversation is being writ. And certainly we support the efforts by so many on this committee and others throughout Congress to push that important legislation forward. We've provided assistance in terms of many of the details that have been raised in the context of that legislation. I know this committee in particular has spent so much time and effort on that, and we appreciate that and all of the issues that have been raised. And that is an important way towards dealing with making our criminal justice system more effective, more efficient, and more fair. That in and of itself will go a long way towards restoring faith and trust in the overall criminal justice system, which is also a problem often raised to my attention during my travels. So the department looks forward to continuing to support those important efforts.
I'm so pleased that you would be with us today, and I hope that we can continue this communication because it's very important for all of the citizens in our nation. And I thank the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Sensenbrenner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Lynch, for being with us today. You are in charge of the Department of Justice. The buck stops with you. And I'm concerned that you keep on saying that you have deferred the authority that by law is yours to Director Comey. Let me give an example. Mr. Comey has said that Secretary Clinton was extremely careless in her handling of highly classified, very sensitive information. Now, the criminal statute uses the word gross negligence, and I can't for the life of me figure out what the difference between gross negligence and extremely careless is unless one really wants to parse some words. Now, secondly, the misdemeanor statute does not require intent. It's a strict liability statute, and it relates to the removal and retention of classified information. So it doesn't matter whether Secretary Clinton had the intent to do that or not. The fact is that the FBI said that she did it. Now, I think that what Director Comey has said is that Secretary Clinton's actions essentially meet the definition for prosecution under the statute. Why did you defer to Director Comey when the responsibility is yours?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. Let me be clear that my decision was to accept the recommendation of the team of agents and investigators who worked on this, and these are the career attorneys as well as the dedicated investigators, including the FBI director, who worked on this matter for over a year. They've reviewed the facts, they've followed the facts, they looked at the law, they've applied the facts to that law, and came up with a unanimous recommendation, a joint recommendation, in effect, that was provided to me.
I have a limited amount of time. You know, the fact is that whether it's extremely careless or gross negligence and a strict liability statute, I think that the language of the statute is clear. Now, I've noted that the Justice Department over the last several years has prosecuted several servicemen for doing the exact same thing that Secretary Clinton did. In one case, actually reached a judgment of a court that prohibited that serviceman from ever having a security classification again. Now, you have a problem, Madam Attorney General, that people think that there's a different standard between the servicemen and Secretary Clinton, and the fact that the language is almost synonymous, if not synonymous, saying no prosecution of Secretary Clinton and prosecution and conviction of the servicemen. You have a burden, I think, to convince to the American public that you don't have a double standard. You're not meeting the burden, and how do you plan to change the argument that you make to the American public so that they can be convinced that the thing was correct and that you made the right decision, rather than simply deferring to people in the FBI and prosecutors?
Congressman, every case stands on its own separate facts and the application of those facts to the law. So you'd have to refer to the specific facts of the other matters that you're referring to. With respect to the investigation into the former secretary's handling of classified information, her private email system, again, I can tell you and this entire committee and the American people that all of the relevant facts were considered, investigated thoroughly, and reviewed by the entire team, which again is composed of career independent investigators as well as lawyers, and their recommendation upon a full and thorough analysis was that the matter be resolved in the way in which it was recommended to me. As I've indicated, I determined to accept that recommendation and did in fact accept that recommendation.
One final question. One of the service people who was prosecuted basically sent an email out that his fellow Marines were in danger. And he ended up getting prosecuted for warning his fellow Marines that their lives may be in danger. Now, here in the case of Mrs. Clinton, the private email arrangement was simply to avoid public scrutiny. So in terms of the intent of Major Jason Bresler and Secretary Clinton, one Major Bresler was doing it to save his colleagues. The other, Secretary Clinton, was to avoid transparency. Now, in terms of the bottom line, That's the hoop that you have to jump through in order to retain and regain your credibility with the American public. I hope that you'll be able to do that, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Lynch, for appearing here today and for your service as Attorney General. I'm sure that many of my Republican colleagues will spend their time discussing the overhyped matter concerning Secretary Clinton's emails, but I'm going to focus instead on more important issues facing this country. We're all sickened by the killings of Alton Sterling in Baton Rouge and Philando Castile outside of St. Paul. According to the ACLU, Mr. Castile was the 123rd African-American to be killed by law enforcement this year. That is, of course, no excuse for last week's vicious murders of 5 police officers in Dallas. But the knowledge that Mr. Sterling's and Mr. Castile's deaths come on the heels of a long list of senseless killings of black men, women, and children whose encounters with the police might have gone differently had they not been black must spur us to take action. Black Lives Matter is not a hashtag, it is an imperative. And I appreciate the work that you are doing and your department is doing in this regard, and I hope you'll keep us informed on that. But I want to go to a different matter, related, unfortunately. Exactly 1 month ago today, a lone gunman killed 49 people and wounded more than 50 others in an LGBT nightclub in Orlando. Mass shootings are now an all too common occurrence in this country. In 2016, there were 229 mass shootings, defined as shootings in which at least 4 people are shot. As you know, every day, on average, nearly 300 Americans are shot in murders, assaults, suicide attempts, accidents, and police actions. 48 of them are children and teenagers. This is a distinctly American problem. More than 33,000 Americans lose their lives to gun violence each year. In the United Kingdom, in 2011, 146 deaths to gun violence. Denmark, 71. Portugal, 142. Japan, just 30. The United States, 33,000. You cannot tell me, no one can tell me, that the American people are 1,000 times more mentally ill than people in these other countries. A recent study in the American Journal of Medicine found that compared to 22 other high-income countries, the gun-related murder rate in the United States is 25 times higher. We have held there is an epidemic of gun violence. And how has the majority in Congress responded? With emergency hearings about Hillary Clinton's and Lois Lerner's emails. We have held, of course, 0 hearings on gun violence. We have passed no bills to address the issue. We have done nothing to require universal background checks. We continued to allow military-style assault weapons on our streets. And we have not even prevented those on the no-fly list from purchasing guns. That's why I was proud to join John Lewis and nearly the entire Democratic caucus in protesting the Republican Congress's abdication on this issue. Now, Ms. Lynch, what does the assassination of 5 Dallas police officers last week tell us about the NRA's favorite adage, the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun? The police officers, after all, were armed. And what about an armed society is a polite society?
Well, Congressman, thank you for raising this important issue of gun violence in our society. I don't have a comment on the NRA's positions or statements, but of course...
What about that state, never mind their position, but what do you think of the statement that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun? Is that true? Does it work?
You know, Congressman, I think the issue is, as is usual, doesn't really lend itself well to aphorisms and short statements. And it's my hope that the work of many on this committee and indeed throughout Congress in having the discussion that has begun on this issue will continue, so that we can, in fact, continue to work on the serious issues of access to firearms in our society. Earlier this year, I did make several recommendations to the White House which were accepted for important ways for dealing with this issue, ranging from clarifying guidance on those who are engaged in the business and therefore must provide background checks for purchasers, ranging from clarifying rules on acquisitions of certain types of firearms and by those in certain business capacities such as trusts, but also as part of that, a very important part of that was a request for additional funding for ATF, for more resources to deal with the information and the issues arising out of gun violence, as well as funding for HHS to deal with the issues of mental health that place so many Americans in jeopardy.
A loophole in federal law allows the transfer of a firearm to anybody after 3 business days, even if a background check is not complete. Last year, the FBI concluded that the suspect in the shooting in Charleston was able to purchase a gun through this loophole. Should that policy change? Should we hold the transfer of firearms until the background check has been completed?
Well, Congressman, in order to change that rule, it would require congressional action. The 3-day waiting period is part of congressional action that has already been voted on by Congress. And certainly, it is a fact that with the rise in purchases and the increased use on the NICS background system, there is ever more use of that system. We are working to improve the NICS system to make it as efficient as possible. We've expanded the number of personnel working on those background checks. We are working also to improve the automated portion of the NICS system so that the dealers who go through the system will be able to get information more quickly and to be able to respond either by proceeding or denying a sale or in other ways as appropriate. So we are working within the system as it is currently structured. In order to change that, it would require congressional action.
Thank you. My time is expiring, but I wanted to briefly mention one more issue. We have been following the Department's review of the consent decrees that govern ASCAP and BMI. There are reports that the Department is not recommending any changes to the consent decrees, but is moving forward with an interpretation of the decrees requiring these organizations to license works on a 100% basis instead of the current practice of fractional licensing, in conflict with the formal opinion of the U.S. Register of Copyrights. I have heard from numerous songwriters and constituents greatly concerned about the disruption this will cause in the industry and to the creative process. Several of the parties involved have raised a host of other issues related to the consent decrees as well. Can you clarify for the committee the status of the Department's review of the consent decrees and the process moving forward?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness will be permitted to briefly answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman. The Antitrust Division is engaged in a review of the consent decree, which I believe dates to 1941. It has been utilizing a public comment system. After going through an initial round and receiving public comments, another round of public comments was also opened. Those comments are still being reviewed. Stakeholders are being consulted with, and it's my understanding that the Antitrust Division will be wrapping up this matter shortly and will be making public its findings, and we will, of course, make sure that they're made available to Congress. I believe they would be, in any event, provided to you, but we will certainly make sure that they are provided to you.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I think the thing that I find so disheartening, so unfortunate about FBI Director Comey's decision not to recommend criminal charges against former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton last week was that for a lot of Americans, it looked like we're seeing a double standard here, unequal treatment under the law. Under the facts of the case as laid out by Director Comey, virtually anybody else, I think most Americans think, including myself, there would have been charges brought for a crime against virtually anybody else in this country. But the politically connected Hillary Clinton, well, we won't charge her. I mean, look what Comey laid out. It's already been laid out to some degree, but I think it warrants doing it again. He found that despite the fact that Hillary claimed that she'd never sent or received classified information over a private email, she'd actually sent 110 of them, over 100 of them. And 8 of those were determined to have been top secret at the time that they were sent. Now, I assume that based upon the way you've answered some of my colleagues' questions prior to this, you're not going to acknowledge what I think virtually every other American believes, even her supporters. And that's at least acknowledge, as Director Comey did, that she lied. Would you respond?
Congressman, with respect to the Director's statements, as I've indicated, he's provided really unprecedented access into his views of the matter, and I would refer you to them. I understand the issue that you raise obviously is one involving perceptions as to whether or not charges would have been brought in some other situation. And again, I can only refer you back to the director's statements where he chose to outline the fact that no other cases similar to this had in fact been brought.
Let me go back to what Mr. Sensenbrenner referred to. I think it's one of the great mysteries of this case, and that's why extreme carelessness, apparently not in his mind, and you accepted it, so I guess apparently not in your mind, does not constitute gross negligence. Now, I'm an attorney. I practiced 16 years before coming here, and I've been on this committee for 20 years now, so even though I'm not actively practicing law right now, been doing this type of thing for a long time. And I, for the life of me, don't know what the difference between extreme carelessness and gross negligence is. He said he found one, but apparently not the others. Could you shed some light for me and perhaps anybody else in this room or that may ultimately watch this? What is the difference between the two?
Well, Congressman, again, I'm not going to further explain the director's comments as he has, I believe, explained them. What I will say, when people have asked, and I believe, and I understand your question to be the meaning of gross negligence, one always, as you know, refer to the statute itself, relevant cases, and then, of course, it is a very fact-specific inquiry. And since to go further would go into the facts of this case, I'm not able to go further at this
All right.
time.
Okay.
But we always start with the statute, we start with relevant case law, we start with legislative history into the determination of what Congress meant.
Also, as Sensenbrenner mentioned, I've got limited time as well, so since you're not going to answer that question, let me give you one final question here. And let me go back to this double standard thing that I mentioned before. I couldn't help being reminded when this whole thing, especially over the last week, of something that I was involved in this very committee 18 years ago, and at the time, it was Hillary Clinton's husband, Bill Clinton, who was in trouble. He was accused of sexually harassing a number of women, and then he lied under oath about it, committed perjury. He'd been asked if there were other women. There was a civil lawsuit brought, and oftentimes when you have a lawsuit like that, you go to other people. Did you sexually, were you aggressive with people who were under your jurisdiction or that you had some power over? Did you ever do that? No, he never did. Well, then a young intern came forward that was working under him at the White House, and she had physical proof. He denied it, but there was physical proof. I won't go into exactly what that was, but there was proof about that. So he was pretty much caught up in this. He lied, committed perjury. That's why articles of impeachment were voted affirmatively out of this committee, and then in the full House, and then he went for trial in the Senate. I know a lot about that because they picked 13 members to be the prosecutors in that case, the House managers, and I was one under Henry Hyde, who, of course, is gone on. My principal focus at that trial was the topic of perjury, the elements of it, its history, what you had to prove. And in my argument with the Senate, my argument about that was that we had hundreds of people all over the country who were in jail, behind bars for perjury, and the President of the United States shouldn't be above the law. Well, the ultimate vote was 50 to remove him, 50 to stay, so he remained President. But I would just conclude by saying that every American, including the President of the United States, including a candidate for the highest office in our land, ought to be treated equally under the law. And I think in this case, I think it's a travesty because I don't think Hillary Clinton has been treated like any other American would have been treated under the same circumstances. And I yield back.
Chair thanks. Gentleman recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Lynch, for taking the time to be here with us today. You know, I get a sense that really we're in this political season, and there is so much disappointment on the Republican side in the country that they couldn't obviate the election through the legal process. You know, despite the fact that most of us, I mean, in the Congress, we use personal emails that are not official. I do, and I know many members of this committee on both sides of the aisle do that. And Secretary Clinton, like her predecessor before her, General Colin Powell, used a private email system for convenience. She has expressed the view that that was a mistake. I don't know that Colin Powell has. Certainly, we know from press reports that the official State Department email account was the subject of the worst ever cyber intrusion of any federal agency. What we don't know is whether her communications on her private email were actually more secure than had she used the State Department email system. But after over a year and $30 million or more across various agencies and congressional committees investigating this matter, your agency has finally made the determination to follow the FBI's recommendation not to prosecute. And I think, to some extent, we're beating a dead horse here for political reasons. And I think it's important because to use your time here for other things. There are a lot of things that need attention that we're not giving attention to. And so I'd like to raise the issue, it may seem arcane, but it's really important, of the backlog in immigration courts. We have had a massive expansion of immigration enforcement from 2003 to 2016. We increased the border protection, U.S. Border Patrol and Protection, and ICE from $9.1 billion to $20.1 billion. It's a massive expansion. But at the same time, we increased in your department, the Office of Immigration Review and the immigration courts, $199 million to $426 billion. We have a massive backlog right now. In Los Angeles, the backlog is 806 days to hear a matter in immigration court. In Chicago, it's 915 days. Denver, 983 days. Phoenix, 884 days. This is, really years and years to hear your matter in court. And I'm wondering if you have, obviously we need additional resources, but what are your thoughts of managing this just unconscionable workload for the immigration courts?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for raising that important issue. Certainly, with respect to the workload of the Executive Office for Immigration Review, their workload has increased significantly over the past several years due to the influx of those seeking to enter our country. We saw this problem begin several years ago. As you have noted, the backlog of more than 2 or 3 years is something that we have been noting, and certainly back in 2014, EOR decided to try and handle this matter by prioritizing certain types of cases and trying to work through that backlog, particularly along our southwest border. You mentioned Los Angeles, you mentioned Phoenix, although Chicago reflects an influx of individuals who've chosen to move further north. But particularly along our southwest border, we've been trying to work on those backlogs. The additional resources we have with the assistance of Congress, and I thank the members of this committee and other members for their support, we have been able to add additional resources to the immigration courts. We have, as far as 2016, hired 36 new immigration judges. We hired 20 new judges in 2015, and we have another approximately 100 judges going through the hiring process now. It is our hope that this will assist us in not only handling the priority issues, but dealing with the backlog that often results from the other areas that we have to pull resources from. We are always looking for ways to make this system more efficient, to make this system deal with the important issues raised in immigration courts, to protect our borders, as well as to provide due process to those who are in immigration court.
I thank you, General. I would just like to note, Mr. Chairman, that our colleague Sheila Jackson Lee is not here because she is attending the memorial in Dallas, and I wanted to make sure that members knew that. It's not for lack of interest, but because of that obligation. I thank you, General Lynch, for your testimony, and I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman and recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. General Lynch, you and I work together on a myriad of issues, and I have great respect for many parts of the work you do and the way you do it. So I'm going to take a tack that maybe is more appropriate to my own district and to the men and women there who are asking certain questions. And I'll run you through some quick questions, and it's really for them to understand. You're obviously a skilled attorney. You took an oath You're under a penalty of perjury as you speak today. You prepared for today so that you'd be able to answer some of the critical questions, including, obviously, the ones you've been asked so far. Is that correct?
I try and be responsive to the committee's questions, and I appreciate the information that staffers provide about what's of interest to the committee so that we can have the information for you.
So in that preparation, and you've got my old friend Peter Kazik behind you, you prepared to answer questions more or less in about 4 ways. Yes, no, I don't know, or I can't answer, or in some cases, some combination of that. That's pretty much how you answer here is affirmatively yes, affirmatively no, or these shades of gray in between, correct?
Congressman, I'm not going to go into the internal discussions I have
No,
with
I'm not
my
asking
staff,
for the internal, but
and
the
I would
character
not
of
characterize my
questions.
responses in that way.
So, so far today, you have rarely said absolutely yes or absolutely no, correct? You've mostly talked in terms of I can't answer that, or it's not appropriate, or see the FBI director. And so in light of that, and this is really a question of what do I tell the Marines, the sailors, Army personnel in my district, the veterans, the contractors, all those who work for the government with classified information. The former Secretary of State, in an unambiguous way, said repeatedly, both under oath and to the public, time and time again, I did not send or receive any information marked classified. And you're aware of that she had definitively said this repeatedly, right?
I believe her statements are on the record, and I defer you to that.
And I have referred to that. She unambiguously said something which was not true, according to the FBI director. So when you send and receive documents that are marked classified clearly, and according to her statement, 300 people have seen her email. Some portion of those people saw the ones that said secret, top secret, confidential, whatever. None of them are charged. What do I say to the tens of thousands of people that live and work in my district, that work for the federal government, including more than 47,000 Marines? What do I say when, in fact, saying something that isn't true, handling classified information in an extremely careless way, has no criminal ramifications? What do I say to them? How do I reconcile the fact that they know that their friends and colleagues have been prosecuted or fired for doing less in the past?
Congressman, I can't speak to any cases you may be referring to involving friends or colleagues. Again, I would refer you to the description that
No, I
Director Comey
appreciate
provided
that,
about
Madam General, but
the fact that there are
I've got
no
to
other
ask you a
cases that
question.
follow this similar fact
You-
pattern. That
okay.
is what I think we focus on.
Okay, let me go through.
Every case is different.
Every case is different.
has to be handled in the same way. Every individual,
Okay.
whether they are
So-
former
so
secretary
there will
or
be
anyone
some
else,
cases.
has to be reviewed.
Madam General, I have
with the
very limited
facts
time.
and the law there.
General Lynch, you keep mentioning this professional team of career professionals. Were there any political appointees on that team? Any people who, in fact, did not work for the State Department, or did not work for the U.S. Attorney's Office prior to President Obama coming into office?
Well, again, with respect to the team, typically we don't go into the composition of it. It was led by our National Security Division, and everyone on the team was a career individual.
Again, I'll ask the question with specificity. I'm not asking for names. Was there at least one person who was politically appointed that was on that team?
The investigative team was composed of career prosecutors and seasoned agents.
The question is, was there at least one that did not work a career, that was in fact an appointee, either confirmed or unconfirmed?
Congressman, I've replied to you as to the composition of the team, that
Okay.
all of them,
So your answer is no, there were no political
all of them
appointees.
were career lawyers as well as seasoned investigators.
Okay. I'll take that as a no, because that's the only way I can interpret what you keep repeating. So last but not least, the American people are told that these documents were not a crime to carelessly deal with. Should I find a way to make sure that those thousands of documents are made public so the American people can evaluate just how insignificant they are, or how President Obama said there's classified and then there's classified? Are these documents that could be easily made available to the public, or are they too sensitive to be made to the public today?
Congressman, you may take the appropriate steps in terms of reviewing anything, and you may make requests for that, and we'll work to accommodate you with respect to that. I don't have an answer for you beyond that in
So
terms
you
of
couldn't, today,
documents in
you
this
today,
case.
you could not characterize whether any or all of those documents would have to be retained privately because they're too sensitive to be made public.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness will be permitted to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the handling of any of the documents or emails in this matter, because they involve another agency, we would have to work with the other agency. We always work with the agency that is termed the owner of information. So on behalf of the Department of Justice, I would not be able to give you an answer at this time as to those documents because it would involve other agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General Lynch, when you appeared last time before this committee, I brought up the case of Darius Stewart. Darius Stewart was a young man, 19 years old, who was shot to death by a Memphis police officer. He was a passenger in a car. The officer stopped the car for a headlight violation and ran a check on the passenger, ended up getting in the back seat. The officer shot him, killed him. Our local prosecutor asked the grand jury to indict for manslaughter, but the grand jury didn't for some reason. I asked the Department of Justice to investigate, and I'm grateful for that. We are eager to know the results of your investigation. We need to know if there are any civil rights violations. Can you please tell us when we might expect any results in that case? I read today in the Times about the Garner case. I know it's difficult, but this case is one that's in Memphis with Darius Stewart.
Yes, thank you for raising this important issue. The matter is still under review, so I'm not able to give you either a result or a timetable at this time, but of course we will work to keep you informed.
Thank you very much. Last week we saw more disturbing videos of police shooting of African Americans, and we saw police officers killed in Dallas, and that was dreadful. The other side has made a point, my friends, to say people should know that nobody's above the law and all people are treated equally. Unfortunately, what we've seen is that African Americans are not treated equally when it comes to deadly force and police officers in this country. And that's a more chilling reality than anything else that's been brought up here today. People's lives have been taken. This is a great problem. Black lives matter. Congressman Lacey Clay and I put forward last year the Police Training and Independent Review Act, H.R. 2302, to address two of the major issues that have been identified as necessary to help improve the relationship of police and citizens. The bill would withhold a portion of federal funding unless police are trained on a range of important issues like racial and ethnic bias and cultural diversity. I know the DOJ recently announced it will train all its office agents to recognize implicit bias, so I know you're aware of the need of training. Our bill would also withhold a portion of federal funding unless police shootings that result in a death or injury are investigated and, if necessary, prosecuted independently. Asking a local prosecutor to investigate the same law enforcement agency they work with and to provide them with witnesses is implicitly wrong. Like Caesar's wife, an individual should be a prosecutor beyond the appearance of impropriety. If a prosecutor does everything right, the action can still appear biased. If we're serious about restoring the sense of trust that we need to have with our citizenry, we need to eliminate this conflict of interest. As I know, as you've mentioned, a key part of President Obama's task force on 21st century policing calls for independent prosecutors. Campaign Zero, gaining a lot of credibility, also has called for the passage of this act. Congressman Clay and I have seen a surge of support. We now have 77 co-sponsors. Has been endorsed by as unlikely a team maybe as the NAACP and the Chicago Tribune. Do you think the additional training for police and the use of independent prosecutors would help reduce violence between police and civilians and help restore a sense of trust in law enforcement?
Well, thank you for raising this important issue, Congressman. I think that the issue of the training that we at the Department of Justice provide for law enforcement, as well as the training generated in the field, is of utmost importance. I will tell you that as I have, in fact, traveled the country on my community policing tour, highlighting departments that are working on this very issue, I've seen some outstanding examples, in particular of de-escalation training using various scenarios to start literally with the mindset of the officer and how they respond to certain situations. I've also been extremely encouraged by seeing law enforcement comment on many of the recent incidents that have been captured on video and talk about how training would or would not relate to those specific incidents. And I've been incredibly heartened by the growing sense of importance this issue has taken on within law enforcement itself. We have seen a number of, as I mentioned, of very, very positive programs involving training. We've seen, as I mentioned, not just the de-escalation, but also training in the issues about the definitions of excessive force, the legal standards for excessive force. I've seen programs that break that down for officers, where we have seen
My time
results
is
in
about
those
to expire.
communities.
So do you think training is something additional training will be important?
It is key.
And would independent prosecutors be a good thing?
I believe it depends upon the nature of the office that would be looking into the matter. I believe that you would need individuals who have experience in dealing with complicated cases, who have experience in dealing with forensic evidence, and certainly you'd want those offices, wherever they be located, to have that kind of expertise at their hands as well.
And let me close, Mr. Chairman, with one other fact. I don't know if you're aware, but in Memphis, a group, partially Black Lives Mattered, had a protest march on Sunday. They interfered with traffic, made their demonstration on I-40 at the Hernando de Soto Bridge crossing the river. Our interim police director, Rawlings, marched arm in arm with them, saw to it that there was no violence, no arrests, no shootings, no use of force. He showed a kind of policing we need in this country, where both the protesters and all the citizenry and the police saw this man as a leader, a hero, and somebody who kept the calm and the peace in Memphis, Tennessee.
Time of the gentleman has expired, but the witness will be permitted to respond if she chooses to do so.
Just to acknowledge, indeed, the strong leadership of the Memphis Police Chief, which I've seen replicated in departments across the country, including particularly in Dallas.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Forbes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here today and for responding to our questions. Madam Attorney General, when Director Comey was here, he was very forthcoming and candid in answering his questions with specificity about Secretary Clinton, and he did not refuse to answer any of those questions based on the fact that there was some legal prohibition that kept him from doing it. Today, you have indicated several times that you wouldn't respond to some of those questions with specificity. Is there any legal prohibition that you have that Director Comey did not have that prohibits you from answering those questions with some degree of specificity?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to that, Congressman. I think it's important to note that the director and I had very different roles in this investigation, and therefore very different amounts of information about this investigation. I am speaking about the information that I received, which again, as I've noted, was the team recommendation. Director Comey was speaking from his position as someone who was more directly involved in the investigation.
I understand that you may have different information. My question, though, is are there any legal prohibitions on you that Director Comey did not have?
Well, as I've indicated, it would not be appropriate in my role to discuss the specific facts and the law.
Is the legal prohibition against that, other than the fact that you just don't have the same knowledge about the case that Director Comey had?
We typically actually do not provide the level of detail that Director Comey did. He chose to provide that level of information and detail.
Is there any legal prohibition, or is that just a choice that you make in not disclosing that information?
Well, as indicated, we obviously are not allowed to discuss certain types of information, for example, grand jury information, in any matter.
We're not talking about grand jury information here, are we? What I want to know is, tell me, is there a legal reason that prohibits you from giving us information, or is that just a choice you have made?
Congressman, as I've indicated, the director and I had very different roles in this investigation. So his level of detail is significantly different from mine, and I would not be able to provide you with that same level of detail.
Because you don't have the information, not because there's a legal prohibition.
In addition to that, in part of my role as Attorney General, I would not be going into these discussions typically. We have taken the step of providing more information on this matter than in others.
I just need to know if there's a legal prohibition that prohibits you from disclosing information to this committee, or is that a choice you have made?
It would depend upon the nature of the information.
Questions that
Certainly
you've
there
been
would
asked
be.
that you've had, is there any legal prohibition that would prohibit you from giving the same information that Director Comey has given?
Well, with respect to the source of that information, if it came from the grand jury, that would be a legal prohibition. With respect to
So
opinions
let the record say
about
that
the
there
matter
is
of
no
law,
legal
that's a different issue.
prohibition that can be cited here. On June 27th, the Supreme Court of the United States gave your department a rather stellar rebuke in your prosecution of Governor Bob McDonnell. Having looked at that and the basis that you essentially, your department launched everything you had against a Republican governor who everyone agreed had violated no state law. They took a federal law, and you had cited, looking at statute, relevant case law, and history, there was no relevant case law to suggest that setting up a meeting constituted a crime, no history, statutory history that suggested it was a crime, and yet your department put everything it had in prosecuting that governor. Having looked at what the Supreme Court has now said, do you believe that prosecution was a mistake?
Certainly, I believe that the prosecutors who worked on that matter investigated it, presented it to a grand jury, and received an indictment. We, of course, have, as presented in our
But they
papers
made a
before the
choice to
Supreme
do that, a
Court,
choice which you
have
have
made a
not
different
made in
argument.
Secretary Clinton's case. It would be, can you tell us now, looking at that and the way you interpreted that statute, was that a mistake?
Congressman, with respect to the investigation of the former governor of Virginia, I don't have a comment on that. We have accepted the results
Not
of the
because you
Supreme
don't
Court.
have a legal
And we'll,
prohibition,
of course,
simply
be
because
reviewing
you
the
refused
case
to
in the
comment.
light of that.
Then my final question then, as time is running out, is when you look at a governor of Virginia that you launched everything this department had against to destroy him and to prosecute him, can you tell me the federal nexus you had in that case and compare that to the federal nexus against Secretary Clinton in national security of this country, which you refused to bring to a grand jury or for indictment to see if, in fact, one is justified?
Congressman, I don't have a comment on the McDonnell case except to refer you to the pleadings in that
Can you
for a
compare the
discussion of the
federal
law
nexus
there.
between the two cases for us, please?
Congressman, I don't have a comparison between those two cases for you.
And that's rather disappointing because the national security of the country is rather important to the country. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Attorney General Lynch, for being here today. And I think Americans see the duplicitousness of the arguments that have been made by Republicans here on this panel. First, they question you about why you did not recuse yourself from the Hillary Clinton email investigation decision not to prosecute. And then on the other hand, they criticize you for relying upon the recommendation, the unanimous recommendation of career, professional investigators and prosecutors at both the FBI and the Department of Justice, who made the decision and then recommended to you that Hillary Clinton not be prosecuted. And they take issue with these things, and then they bring back some 20-year-old salacious accusations against former President Bill Clinton. I think we've reached a low point on this committee because we're talking about these things at the same moment that Americans are focused on the out-of-control gun violence in this country. The chickens have indeed come back home to roost as a result of 20 years of NRA control of decision-making about firearms here in this Congress. Absolutely no action by Congress to restrain the flow of weapons of war onto the streets of America. Weapons of war that are producing mass casualties, one incident after the other, with increasing regularity here in America. Americans get it, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't. They're just tone deaf, and they insist on chasing rabbits down holes by trying to make some hay out of something that this is over with, this controversy about emails from Hillary Clinton. there is absolutely no evidence of any criminal activity, but yet, as we approach the Republican convention to be held next week, where the candidate that they're going to nominate has been a tremendously divisive figure in polarizing this nation such that we can't do any work here in Congress. And so I think the people looking at this hearing are just simply dejected. They are. This is really a spectacle as we get ready in Congress to leave for 7 weeks of vacation. The American people don't get 7 weeks of vacation, and I know you don't in your job, and we appreciate the job that you have done. Can you tell me, General Lynch, whether or not, with respect to the Orlando mass murder, 49 people, innocent people killed at the hand of a deranged gunman wielding an assault weapon, can you tell us whether or not you found any evidence that the gunman used any encrypted messaging to prepare for his attack? And have you faced any roadblocks related to accessing the gunman's social media outreach, be it encrypted or otherwise?
Well, Congressman, thank you for raising those important issues. And of course, it was exactly 1 month ago today that those 49 innocent lives were taken from us so brutally. And I remember visiting Orlando and speaking with many of the victims' families, and their loss is still so incredibly close and fresh and painful. With respect to the investigation, we are proceeding. We have gotten great cooperation from all of the law enforcement agencies in Central Florida who have worked on this case, from first responders through the police department still helping with the investigation. All the federal agencies have come together. We are still reviewing a vast amount of evidence, so I'm not able to provide insight into whether or not we have come across encryption at this time. I will say that we are moving forward with the investigation. We certainly are not encountering any difficulties with the teamwork on the ground. Everyone is committed to trying to determine what led this individual to take this heinous act.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, I think you would agree that justice needs to be impartial, and the American people need to be reassured that the justice system is not rigged. And so I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about conversations you may or may not have had with Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. And the first is, have you had any conversations with either individual about the email investigation since you became Attorney General in April 2015?
Congressman, I have had no conversations about the email investigation with either of the Clintons since the investigation began or at any point in time.
And the investigation preceded your being appointed Attorney General. So you've had no conversations whatsoever on the subject?
Well, the investigation I believe the referral may have come in right after I became Attorney General, but I've had no conversations about Mrs. Clinton's email server at any point in time with either her or former President Clinton.
And have you had any conversation with either individual about your possibly serving in a Hillary Clinton administration?
No, I've had no conversations with either individual, had no conversations with former Secretary Clinton on any topic at all. And in my conversation with the former president, there was no conversation on that nature at all.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to a different subject, and this is back to the FBI investigation, though. The usual practice in such an investigation is to leave the decision on whether or not to recommend prosecution to the Attorney General. Did you suggest to Director Comey, directly or indirectly, that he make the decision rather than you?
Well, Congressman, with respect to the usual process, it is, in fact, the way in which most cases are handled that the team of career investigators or prosecutors make a recommendation and go forward with an action. I can also tell you that
did you lead anybody to think that you would prefer that Director Comey make the decision not to prosecute rather than you?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't hear the beginning of your question. I apologize for that.
Okay, I'll speak more loudly. Did you make any suggestion to Director Comey, directly or indirectly, that he should be the one to decide whether or not to prosecute rather than you, which is traditionally the case?
No, sir. Had no discussions with the director on that point, nor had I made any decision as to that point.
And you say you had no discussions. When I say directly or indirectly, I mean through associates or anyone else.
That is correct.
Okay.
And now what I would say, though, is that, as I indicated before, the process that we followed in this case was, in fact, a very common process. I chose to make it more public because I wanted to make it clear that there was no inappropriate influence on the
Do
investigation.
you agree with Director Comey that Mrs. Clinton violated the Federal Records Act?
I actually don't recall Director Comey speaking on that point. I'd have to go back and check, so I don't have a comment on that.
Okay. Several newspapers reported that he said that Mrs. Clinton did violate the Federal Records Act, and you don't have any opinion on that?
You know, I don't recall him speaking directly to that act, but again, he could have. I just don't recall him speaking directly to that. At this point, again, I think that with respect to what was reviewed in the investigation about the handling of the emails, we heard the basis of his recommendation, and in fact, the team came to a similar conclusion.
Let me ask you for your opinion. Do you feel that she violated the Federal Records Act?
I don't know if that was under the purview of the investigation. It's not something, I don't know if that was under the purview of the investigation at this point. And as I said before, I don't recall a specific opinion on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for 5 minutes.
Hello. Yes, Attorney General, first I'd like to state my great concerns regarding the DOJ's decision to force songwriters and music publishers into 100% licensing. I understand this would require ASCAP and BMI to license songs for songwriters that they do not represent, which poses concerns of how and if a writer will be compensated for their work. I believe this ruling will disrupt the ecosystem that songwriters operate under and hurt creativity by discouraging them to collaborate with others belonging to a different PRO in the future. This decision is also contrary to the formal opinion that was released by the Copyright Office. I urge you to conduct an independent review of this ruling that was issued by the Antitrust Division. The livelihoods of thousands of songwriters depend on it. And now I'd like to address a completely different topic. Attorney General, when you testified before the Judiciary Committee last fall, I brought up the issue of Chinese Americans who are wrongfully arrested as spies for China and their lives ruined, only to have all the charges dropped. These string of incidents have had a chilling effect in the Asian American community, where scientists, engineers, and federal employees now live in fear that they may be targeted next. During last year's hearing, two of the accused, Sherry Chen and Xiaosheng Shi, were in fact with me in the audience. To recount one story, Dr. Xiaosheng Shi, professor of the physics department of Temple University, woke up at the break of dawn with almost a dozen FBI agents at his home. Guns were pointed at him as he was handcuffed and arrested in front of his wife, 2 young daughters, and neighborhoods. Because of allegations that he was a spy for China, his name was put in the newspapers, his reputation was dragged through the mud, and he had to resign from his position as chairman of the department. But then, after enduring a lengthy investigation and emotional trauma, all of the charges against him were dropped. It turns out that the technology that the government thought was being shared with China was actually publicly available technology, not the public pocket heater in question. And yet, despite having all this information at their disposal, the investigators in this case got the facts completely wrong. Similar wrongful arrests took place with Guoqing Chao, Xu Yu Li, Sherry Chen, all of whom are American citizens. I bring up these cases again because they have been officially closed since we last spoke. And yet, we still have no answers. In fact, when I met with some of your staff last week, they informed me that race, ethnicity, and national origin did not play a role in either of these cases. But we still lack any evidence that this is true. That's why we and national Asian American groups have asked repeatedly for an independent investigation with letters and meetings, and we've been doing it for a year. So once again, I'd like to know if there are any plans to open up an independent investigation to determine what went wrong in these cases.
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for raising both of these important issues. With respect to the ASCAP review, and that is a review of the ASCAP BMI, there actually has been no ruling issued as of yet. There have been significant consultations with stakeholders, as well as receipt of a great number of public comments on the issue, many of them raising the issues that you have discussed here at the hearing. And so I thank you for keeping those before us as well. My understanding is that the Antitrust Division anticipates concluding the review as well as those discussions within the next few months and issuing a ruling at that time. And we will, of course, make sure that you will receive that, as well as certainly all the members of the committee. But there has been no ruling at this time. With respect to the other issue you've raised, with respect to those particular cases that were brought and then dismissed, race and ethnicity do not have a role in the department's prosecutions. It is something that we reject. We focus on the facts. We follow the law. But we do continue our investigations, and where we find that, in fact, our initial review may not have been accurate, it is incumbent upon us to dismiss those cases, as happened in this case. I'm glad that you were able to have the meeting with representatives from the department most recently, and I can assure you that the review that was done was of the cases that were raised to determine what led to their initial charging and dismissal.
I do have a follow-up question that I want to get in. Most recently, I hear you are implementing a new implicit bias training program for DOJ investigators and prosecutors. Can you describe this program, and will this new bias training ensure that Asian Americans are not wrongly profiled and targeted for economic espionage? And will the content of this training be made available to the public?
We are beginning the implicit bias training. It will be a requirement for all of the Department of Justice law enforcement officers and attorneys, and that is the field as well as Main Justice, those who are working on cases. We have found in our work with working with local law enforcement that often implicit bias training is something that is well received and has been helpful in helping departments understand the point of view of other individuals, the perceptions of many of their actions, as well as implicit biases that people bring to their actions that may cause collateral consequences and unexpected results. And we felt that it was important that we also participate in something that we were advocating throughout the law enforcement community to make our law enforcement as strong and efficient and fair as possible. It will be discussing, it will not be limited to any particular ethnicity, of course, but it will certainly focus on how we handle race and ethnicity in our review of matters. So while it will not be limited to any one ethnicity, it will cover more broadly the issue of how we perceive anyone who may be different from us. We feel that this will, frankly, make our law enforcement agencies stronger, more efficient, and help keep them devoted to the goals of the Department of Justice.
And will the content be made available?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness will be permitted to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point in time, I don't have that information for you, but I'm happy to have our staffs consult on that point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Lynch, for your testimony today. I'd ask first that in that happenstance meeting on the tarmac in Phoenix, was there any discussion that might have implied anything with regard to the investigations of the Clintons, be it the Clinton Foundation or the investigation of the FBI into Hillary Clinton's emails?
No, sir, there was not.
Zero implications.
There was nothing about any investigations or any specific cases or any of the other matters that you have mentioned in your question.
And when did you learn about that meeting?
As I was getting ready to leave the plane, I had landed and I was getting ready to disembark from the plane. I learned that the former president wanted to say hello, and I agreed to say hello to him.
Was there any staff in that meeting, or was it the two of you alone?
Well, my husband was with me during our conversations. There were also I believe there were also two members of the flight crew on board the plane to whom the former president said hello.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that Hillary Clinton has repeatedly lied to the public about her emails and her email servers? and in public forums and, say, campaign speeches and interviews with the press? Are you aware of that?
I have no comment on a characterization of any candidate and their statements.
I would point out that most of the rest of America is aware of that, and including her political supporters, who will continually say that they will support her even though she lied publicly. I would also point out October 9th, 2015, Barack Obama stated that Hillary Clinton did not endanger national security. The whole issue was, quote, ginned up by Republicans. That was October 9, 2015. On October 10th, he stated that Hillary Clinton was, quote, careless, but had not been intentionally endangering national security. It's curious to me that that turns out to be the very word that the lack of prosecution hinges upon is intent, even though the statute doesn't require intent. And when you see a president publicly make a statement like that, are you concerned that it might influence the decision on prosecution?
Well, as I've been asked about that statement, and as I've clarified before, the Department of Justice had no input into it, and certainly my view has always been that the team working on this did their work independently and without any political influence.
For the information that's been available to you, do you believe that Hillary Clinton knowingly removed classified information?
I don't have a comment on or a characterization.
I understand that,
that was
also,
part of
do you
the
believe that she had intent to keep unauthorized information in an unauthorized location? And you have no comment on that?
No, I'd refer you to my statement on the recommendations that I accepted.
And I understand that. Now, the hinge of this thing, and according to Mr. Sensenbrenner, and I'll say myself, the definition of the word gross negligence, in that Director Comey used the term extreme carelessness. And Mr. Sensenbrenner asked you to define the difference between that and gross negligence. Do you find it ironic that the last examination of a Clinton in this room, the previous one, Bill Clinton, before this Judiciary Committee, not technically in this room, hinged on the meaning of the word is? Looks to me like this investigation is hinging upon the meaning of extreme carelessness versus gross negligence. Do you actually see that there's a difference between those two words?
Congressman, I always start with the statute, with any review that is being done on any matter by the Department of Justice. And we look to the statute, legislative history, case law, and we look at the facts as are developed by an investigation and apply them to that statute and to that standard. And that is what the team did in this case, and that was, I believe, the basis for their recommendation.
Director Comey stated in his press conference that they didn't have evidence that the classified information or the top secret information had been hacked by a foreign actor. But neither did he state that they had any evidence that it had not been hacked, nor did, and he stated also it would be unlikely that we would know if it had been. Now, under Snowden, we have to operate as if any information he had access to is now in the possession of foreign hostile actors. Would you believe that's the same thing with any information that Hillary Clinton had on her private server? We have to act as if it were in the hands of a hostile foreign actor.
I don't have a comment on a characterization or comparison of Mr. Snowden and Mrs. Clinton.
Well, just to answer the part about Hillary Clinton then, please, General Lynch.
You had asked me
the information that was on her server that we have to presume now that it's in the hands of hostile foreign actors. Do we have to handle it as if that's the case? And if so, didn't that endanger our national security?
Congressman, I think that you'd have to look at the facts of the matter and determine whether or not there had been access. And as the director indicated, I believe he's responded to that.
And it is a very serious matter, and it's been covered up, General Lynch. Are you back?
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And General Lynch, thank you for being here. Thank you for your thoughtful and patient responses to my colleagues' questions. In the brief time that I have today, I'd like to discuss recent reports of some disturbing and dangerous and inhumane prisoner transport conditions in this country. Just last week, the New York Times, in a big story that I put together with the Marshall Project, shed light on abuses that harm thousands of prisoners who are loaded into vans by private contractors on a pay-per-mile basis. It's the same way we pay for shipping cargo in this country, and any retailer will tell you that it pays to ship in bulk. But we're not talking about pallets of laundry detergent. We're talking about human beings. We're talking about American citizens, and no matter their crime, they deserve better than the way that these transport services are treating them. The story that ran in July 6th, New York Times, recounts the horrific deaths of several individuals, one of them Stephen Gallick from South Florida. And I'll just quote briefly from the story. In July 2012, Stephen Gallick, the former owner of a home remodeling business, was living in Florida when he was arrested on an out-of-state warrant for failing to pay child support. Mr. Gallick, 46, had come to the end of a long downward spiral, overcoming a painkiller addiction, only to struggle with crippling anxiety. Now he was to be driven more than 1,000 miles to Butler County, Ohio, where his ex-wife and 3 children lived, to face a judge. Like dozens of states and countless localities, Butler County outsources the long-distance transport of suspects and fugitives. He was loaded into a van run by Prisoner Transportation Services of America, the nation's largest for-profit extradition company. Crammed around him were 10 other people, both men and women, all handcuffed and shackled at the waist and ankles. They sat tightly packed on seats inside a cage with no way to lie down to sleep. The air conditioning faltered amid 90-degree heat. Mr. Gallick soon grew delusional, keeping everyone awake with a barrage of chatter and odd behavior. On the third day, General Lynch, the van stopped in Georgia, and one of 2 guards on board gave a directive to the prisoners. Only body shots, one prisoner said she heard the guard say. The others began to stomp on Mr. Gallick, 2 prisoners said. The guards said later in depositions they had first noticed his slumped, bloodied body more than 70 miles later in Tennessee. A homicide investigation lasted less than a day, and the van continued its journey. The cause of death was found to be undetermined. This is, his ex-wife said, someone's brother, father, and it's like nobody even cared. So General Lynch, paying transport contractors on a prisoner per mile basis incentivizes overcrowding, overheated van cargo holds, taking shortcuts on officer training, skipping stops to arrest drivers and to relieve passengers. Each investment into humane conditions and treatment of prisoners cuts into the profits of these companies. And despite a federal law that passed in 2000, known as Gianna's Act, these private transport companies operate with virtually no oversight. Prisoners have died from untreated medical emergencies because officers have no medical training or just don't seem to care. Prisoners have been assaulted and raped while cramped into the back of a van just feet from the transport officers who are responsible for their safety. And reports show that prisoners often do not receive adequate food and water. The vans are unsanitary, and prisoners do not get opportunities to use the bathroom. In addition to these poor conditions, the transport system is vulnerable to prisoner escapes. Now, no American should be subject to this treatment, but I would like to state clearly for the record that many of the people transported in the system have not even been convicted of any crime. Gianna's Act set out minimum standards for transport companies, including guard training, the proper use of restraints, CPR, navigation, defensive driving, maximum driving times, et cetera. But in spite of these minimum standards, the companies are not being held to account. And since the passage of Gianna's Act, it's been reported that at least 56 prisoners have escaped for-profit transport vehicles. 16 committed new crimes while on the run. And what is most shocking of all, the act has been enforced by the Department of Justice one time in 16 years. One time in 16 years. So, General Lynch, I just ask, what else can be done for us to focus on an issue that we were so concerned about here in Congress 16 years ago that we passed legislation, but that legislation seemingly goes unnoticed or certainly unenforced. And I'll finish just by pointing out a quote from the chief operating officer of one of these companies who said, well, it's regulated by the Department of Justice, but I've never seen anybody come out to actually check on us. What can we do to address this problem that's resulting in putting the result of which is that our communities are made less safe and these prisoners are treated inhumanely?
Well, Congressman, you raise an extremely important issue because, of course, the treatment of all those within the criminal justice system at every point throughout that system has to be humane and fair, regardless of their status, whether they're convicted or not. And certainly pretrial is just as important a situation and a status as well. I'm not familiar with the situation that you've encountered, but I am happy to review that, and I would hope that our staffs could continue the discussion about this issue.
I would be grateful.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I would be happy to yield.
I thank the gentleman for raising this issue, and if the general would look into this in depth and report back to the committee, in addition to Mr. Deutsch, we would very much require that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield
Thank
back.
you, Congressman.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Franks, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, for coming today. Madam Attorney General, you mentioned earlier that your first consideration in any case was to start with the statute. And I know there are a lot of questions already that's addressed this issue, but I want to read you 18 U.S.C. 1924, where it says, any federal official who, quote, becomes possessed of documents or materials containing classified information of the United States and knowingly removes such documents or materials without authority and with the intent to retain such documents or materials in an unauthorized location shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 1 year or both. Now, this statute doesn't require an intent to profit or to harm the United States or otherwise act in a manner disloyal to the United States. It simply requires intent to retain classified documents at an unauthorized location, something FBI Director Comey's own comments suggest was the case with Hillary Clinton's investigation. Can you walk us through your reasoning on your non-prosecution decision in the Clinton-based case based on this particular statute?
Congressman, with respect to the reasoning for my recommendation, as I have stated before, I had committed to and did accept the recommendations of the team working on this matter. And as I indicated in my opening statement, it would not be appropriate for me as Attorney General to go into that level of analysis. I believe the FBI Director has chosen to make his recommendations and analysis public in order to afford more clarity into that. But the team did review the relevant laws, the relevant facts that the investigation revealed. They relied solely on that and not on anything else in making that recommendation, which was unanimous to me.
Well, Madam Chair, Madam Attorney General, you know, the FBI doesn't give an opinion or decide if an individual will be prosecuted. You do, but many members already, I can see where this is going. They've far more capable members of this committee have summarily failed, as I just did, to get you to answer even the most reasonable and relevant question. And consequently, I'm going to simply capitulate to your prodigious dissimulation skills and suspend the remainder of my questions. Instead, I just want to remind all of us that in a republic like America, which is fundamentally predicated on the rule of law and the equality of us all under the rule of law, there are few things that break faith with America and the American people and undermine their trust in their government more than witnessing the highest law enforcement officer in the land blatantly ignoring the crystal clear meaning and equal protection and equal enforcement of the laws as they are written. And Madam Attorney General, I think such an abrogation of your official duties and responsibilities, not just a matter of what will be written writ large in the annals of your own legacy. It's something rather that goes to the very heart of the rule of law in a republic that so many lying out in Arlington National Cemetery have died to keep. And I hope going forward, if there are other investigations into the false testimony given to the Congress by Mrs. Clinton, that will be at least part of your consideration. With that, I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez, for 5 minutes.
Welcome, Attorney General. Unfortunately, this morning, while America sees children that go to school, elementary school children, murdered in their classrooms, we read and see young people murdered dancing on a Saturday night. We see 5 brave, courageous police officers murdered in Dallas, Texas. That's not important. The security of the American people and their safety in their schools and in their place of play and on their streets is not important. What's important Let's go talk about the emails once again. And let's bring into question the integrity, the independence of the U.S. Justice Department. First, they did it to the FBI director last week, and today they're doing it to you. So it's clear where they want to go. They want to talk about regaining credibility and integrity. I want to talk about safety and regaining the trust that the American people need to have in their law enforcement. And you, as the chief law enforcement officer of the nation, how it is that we bridge that gap, given the series of deaths, tragic deaths that we have seen of young black men at the hands of police officers. I think that's an important issue we should be talking about. I think making sure that my children can go to school, they can go to play, or they can go and protest, and that, yes, police officers in this nation that are brave and courageous should be able to go home too after they've served the American people. I want to talk about how it is we make that safer. Instead of talking about, as they referred to her, Hillary. They didn't say the former First Lady, the former Secretary of State, Hillary, because that's what they want to do, minimize this. Then they take us all the way back to Bill Clinton, 19 years ago. And they ask you about a case that they prosecuted that they lost. I would have thought I'd bring up a case that I won if I was going to talk to the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America if I want to have some credibility. I'm going to talk about, then they talk about that you lost the case. Yes, against the Virginia governor that took a $6,500 watch, $15,000 in catering, $15,000 in Goodman Bergen's, $25,000 in flights. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for the governor of Virginia. Why'd you bring that case? Thank you. That's what we need, because what happens in America is people don't trust the system. And they're not going to trust the system anymore today because people are saying to themselves, God, I don't feel safe. So having said that, I want to ask you, because I know they're all smiling over there, but let them smile at this. Kevin McCarthy, their leader that appoints most of them to their leadership positions, said, everybody thought Hillary Clinton was unbeatable, right? But we put together Benghazi Special Committee, a select committee. What are her numbers today? Her numbers are dropping. End of quote. Their leader. And that's what they're continuing to do today instead of keeping the American people safe in every aspect of their life. So I just want to say to you, Attorney General, I think it's regrettable that we have a hearing, that we have all of these issues that we confront as a nation. And so I just want to say, you said rather the answer must be action, peace, conflict, collaborative action. You said we must find a difficult way forward in finding a path. You said we have to stand together to support one another. We will work to seek ways with local officials and residents and law enforcement officers alike. So my question to you is, I saw a group of Chicago police officers yesterday for lunch, and nobody has been stronger about making sure that they're accountable for their actions than I have. But I got to tell you, my heart went out for them yesterday. So how are we going to bring the thousands of Chicago men and women who serve in the Chicago Police Department, brave, courageous men and women, dedicated public service, how are we going to bring them together with the millions of American citizens that they are sworn to serve and protect? How are you and I going to work together? I've invited you to come with me, along with Robin Kelly, to come and discuss Laquan McDonald in our neighborhoods with our people so that we can make our police stronger, so that we can make the people stronger. Will you accept that invitation to come? I don't want to talk about the elections. I want to talk about how it is I take brave men and women in Chicago that serve in our police department and the millions of American citizens and have them work together. Can we do that?
Well, thank you for raising this important issue, and I thank you again for the invitation. With respect to the Chicago Police Department, we find that we are, of course, working on a pattern and practice investigation involving them. And what I will say is that an important part of all of our pattern and practice investigations are the involvement of the officers. We focus on things like the training they receive and the training that they need. We focus on the omissions and lapses that we see in community connections and the bridge building tools that they need. So they are a vital part of our efforts to provide assistance and training and to, in fact, strengthen that department so that those bridges of trust can begin to be rebuilt.
Because my time is up, thank you. But, you know, Congresswoman Bass and I, we went out with the protesters when they came out last week, and you know what they yelled back at us? They said, do your job. I want them to know we're doing our job.
Time of the gentleman
Come
has
and
expired.
visit with us in Chicago. Laquan McDonald deserves that. The people, the Chicago police deserve that. The people, won't you please accept our invitation so that we can engage in that dialogue and hopefully have positive impact across the nation.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Attorney General Lynch. Appreciate your being here. I cannot let the statement of my colleague go unrebutted. To say the death of 5 police officers just happened and that we on this side of the aisle think that's not important is an outrage. It is simply an outrage. I won't say that actually if my colleague had his way, then everybody would be as disarmed in around the country as they are in Chicago and in Washington, D.C., and we would be losing thousands more of precious black lives in America. But we're here in the wake of 5 police officers being killed, and that is a huge deal. And having spent much of my adult career working with law enforcement, it's a huge deal to me. And I know from the law enforcement officers I talk to, they want to make sure that others are not above the law. Now, Chairman Goodlatte had asked you about the recommendation, and you talked about the briefing team, and you said you saw no reason not to accept the recommendation of the team. How much time did you spend reading the recorded testimony of Hillary Clinton from that 3.5-hour interview?
Congressman, I'm not going to go into the particulars of my briefing, except to say that...
No, this is just your own personal work. Did you go through in detail all of the statements she made in that 3.5-hour interview?
Congressman, as I've indicated previously, my role that I had decided earlier was that I would be speaking and meeting with the team who had done that substantive in-depth work for over a year, that had worked on this matter, that had compared the facts and the evidence.
Now, you've said that several times, Attorney General, and I don't have enough time to have you keep repeating that 4 more times. But when Chairman Goodlatte asked you about the statute and whether it includes the term gross negligence, you made an improper statement. You said discussion of the statute would require discussion of the facts. That's not true. You know, from my years of judging on the bench, your comment that discussion of the statute would require discussion of the facts, when he asked you about an element that's contained in the statute, Attorney General, that really sounds like an answer somebody would give who hadn't read the statute and was looking for a dodge to avoid talking about a statute with which they're not familiar. You are aware, and this doesn't require any discussion of any facts whatsoever, but you are aware that in 18 U.S.C. 793F, gross negligence is an element of the offense, are you not?
Congressman, I refer you to my statement that you just commented on with respect to my answer to the chairman.
Okay, well, if you're not going to answer the question, I'm afraid you may be reinforcing it.
Question to me was the meaning of a phrase.
Now, you said there was no basis not to
manner.
accept the recommendation of our team, but you've given no indication whatsoever that you did any independent reading of the evidence, of the statements. Was Hillary Clinton's statement even recorded?
Congressman, I'm not going to discuss the specifics of that. I believe the FBI has provided extraordinary clarity and insight into that.
Okay, well, if you're not going to answer the question, then let's move on. But I find it extraordinary that after a 3.5-hour interview, so quickly a recommendation is made. So there are inquiring minds that are very intelligent that have said, wow, it almost sounds like on that plane somebody said, look, if you just tell Hillary to come in, we're wrapping up, but we got to be able to say that we interviewed her. It won't be recorded, so she'll be good. It sounded like it was a check the box. You're familiar with Scooter Libby's case and Martha Stewart's case. I know it was well before you came to office, correct? You remember they were prosecuted for making a false statement when the FBI and the Justice Department couldn't make the case they started out. You remember that?
One in New York and I believe one here.
Right.
Here meaning
And so
DC,
that's a pretty common instrument to be used. If someone makes a statement somewhere inconsistent in what they tell the FBI, that itself becomes a matter of prosecution. And I am shocked. I thought it would be weeks before an answer could be made, but it looks like to do a 3.5-hour interview, you haven't reviewed the facts, you reviewed the team recommendation, and I would just encourage you, Attorney General, your oath was not to follow the recommendation of some team. Your oath is your own responsibility to our Constitution and those that are working under you. My time's expired.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Bass, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Lynch, thank you for joining us today. My questions are going to focus on your role in addressing the serious situations faced by African American men and women currently being discussed across our nation. Cell phone cameras and now live streaming have provided a new platform to highlight issues that have been known by the African American community, and I might add in California, the Latino community, for decades. In the last few weeks, we have witnessed one image after another depicting the worst and the best in police conduct. I might also add that in the last week, 3 young Latinos were killed at the hands of law enforcement. The best of law enforcement was demonstrated in Dallas by how they protected peaceful protesters, and in Inglewood, California, near my district. Then there is the worst, with the most recent examples, of course, in Baton Rouge and St. Paul. While Mike Brown, Eric Gardner are household names, Alexia Christian, Megan Hockaday, and Myra Hall are unknown to the general public. I hold in my hand, and I will ask permission to submit for the record a Say Her Name brief written by the African American Policy Forum. It stems from the hashtag Say Her Name campaign, which was formed to name and give voice to Black women and girls who have lost their lives at the hands of law enforcement. This 45-page report goes through numerous examples of girls and women who have died, African American girls and women. My question to you is, has the Department of Justice begun to carefully review cases of alleged law enforcement misconduct related to the treatment of African American women and girls?
Well, thank you for raising this important issue. Certainly the treatment of women and focusing on minority women, African American, Hispanic women, and other minority women throughout the criminal justice system is an issue of great importance to me, ranging from their encounters with the police throughout their time in the system. We take, of course, any death in custody seriously, any death resulting from an interaction with law enforcement seriously, and are always reviewing such matters. They are often brought to our attention either directly to the Civil Rights Division or to our U.S. Attorney's offices, and we, of course, review those matters. The other area that we're working on is working with law enforcement leaders as well as academics to ensure that we have better data on all of the encounters between civilians and law enforcement so that we can, in fact, have the true picture on what happens to our women, our girls, our sons, our brothers, to all individuals who encounter law enforcement. And
let me actually interrupt you on that so I don't run out of time. In terms of a death in custody, I wanted to give you an example of a situation that happened in Los Angeles where a woman was in custody, she was in jail, and she called her mother, and she told her mother to meet her in court the next day. Shortly after that, she died, mysteriously. It was said that she committed suicide, shortly after telling her mother to meet her in court the next day. Her mother goes to court and sits there the entire day, and they never tell her mother that her daughter has died. So the question is, what's the current system to notify family members about the death of a family member in custody?
Well, that system
And I
would-
have one more question for you
Sorry.
after that.
Then, let me just be brief then. That system would vary depending upon the jurisdiction, whether it, and who, in fact, has jurisdiction or authority over the jail or other institution where someone is being held.
Okay, let me get my last question in. Across our country, communities have come together to speak up against the violent deaths at the hands of law enforcement. The marches actually reflect the diversity of America and remind us all that this is not just a concern for African Americans, but for our nation as a whole. It's interesting to me that the thousands of young white protesters that chant in solidarity Black Lives Matter are never acknowledged. Black Lives Matter activists across the country are beginning to document and complain about increased surveillance and harassment by law enforcement, not during protests, but before and after as they go about their daily lives. Are you aware of any increased surveillance of Black Lives Matter activists, and if so, why? And under what circumstances would the Department of Justice become involved in the surveillance of a group like Black Lives Matter?
Congresswoman, I'm actually not aware of that issue being brought to my attention. Again, it sounds like it may be an issue in a particular jurisdiction.
It's across several cities, by the
Yes.
way, and I can follow up with you and give you the specific information.
Yes, if our staffs could speak, I would appreciate that. If we could get more information from you, I would appreciate that.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and would ask the gentleman if he would yield very briefly to the chair. I thank the gentleman for yielding. General Lynch, we are now about halfway through the members of this committee asking questions, and your refusal to answer questions regarding one of the most important investigations of someone who seeks to serve in the highest office in this land is an abdication of your responsibility. This is a very important issue of whether or not the Justice Department is going to uphold the rule of law in this country, and I hope that with the questions that will be forthcoming now, you will be more forthcoming with answers. Thank you. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Lynch, who made the decision that no charges would be brought against Secretary Clinton?
Congressman, with respect to that decision, I had determined that I would accept the recommendation of the team.
So
I
who
made that known.
Who ultimately made the decision?
I made that known, and then when the recommendation was given to me, I did accept that recommendation.
So did you ultimately make that decision, or did Director Comey?
Well, Director Comey was part of the team.
Who ultimately made the decision?
So the team consisted of prosecutors and agents. That did include Director Comey,
I
but
want to know
there
where
were
the buck
others.
stops. Who made the decision?
As I indicated before, I had previously decided that I would accept their recommendation when they made it to
So
me.
are you saying
Did
you made the
accept their
decision?
recommendation.
Are you saying you made the decision?
I had previously indicated I would accept their
Okay,
recommendation.
so on July
and I-
1st, let's just run through that. On July 1st, you said, I'll accept the recommendations of the FBI. Mr. Comey didn't announce his decision until July 5th, and he said that he didn't talk to you beforehand. Now, I assume it's not unusual for the Attorney General to accept the recommendations of the FBI and the career prosecutors and the team, as you've so often cited. What is unusual is to make a big, bold public announcement that you're going to do it. It's one thing to do it. I assume it happens all the time. It's another thing to announce ahead of time you're going to do it. So here's what I'm having trouble with, and I guess a lot of people are having trouble with. If you commit and announce that you will abide by the FBI's decision before they even finish their investigation, then how can you also say ultimately it was your decision?
Well, Congressman, as I've indicated, I accepted their recommendation. I had indicated
So are you, what I
before
want to know is,
that,
was it not your
I
decision,
would
or was it
accept
your
it.
decision? Because it seems to me you can't have it both ways. You can't say, I'm the Attorney General and I decide, but yet I'm going to take their recommendations even before they make their recommendations.
I had indicated that I would be accepting their recommendation because I wanted to make it clear that any conversation that I might have had with the former president would have no impact on the team or the review
Ever do this
or the
before? You
investigation.
ever do this before?
I have not had occasion to do that before, but I felt it was important
So you've
in this
never
case.
announced before an investigation is done that whatever they come up with, maybe they're going to screw it up, who knows? You've never announced before that whatever they recommend, I'm going to follow. Never happened
It was
before.
important in this case to do so.
So this is the first time you've ever done that. Announced beforehand, I don't care what their recommendations are, I'm going to, by golly, I'm going to follow them.
I have complete faith in the judgment and the hard work of
I'm
the
not
team.
questioning whether you have faith in them. I think probably a lot of people have faith in the FBI in a lot of situations. I don't know that they agree with them here, but I think they have faith in a lot of times. What I'm questioning is why announce ahead of time when you've never done it before? Why announce ahead of time, I'm going to follow their recommendations even though I don't know what they are, and still claim you're the ultimate decider?
Well, as I indicated, I felt it was important to express my role in the investigation, to clarify my role, because I was concerned that the conversation I had with the former president would make people think that there could be some influence.
So that
there.
was the trigger.
That, in my view, was something that needed to be clarified. I felt that people needed to understand
So
my role
you've never
in
done this before, but when you
and that they
have a
needed to have that,
conversation with the former
information.
president, the husband of the subject of an ongoing investigation, and you have that conversation before they've interviewed the subject and before they've reached their recommendations and finished their investigation, that's what triggered you to do this thing you've never done before, which is announce, I don't care what they recommend, I'm going to follow it.
My concern was that the conversation that I had with President Clinton would be seen by some as having an influence over that. I felt it was important to clarify
Just some, General
my
Lynch, a
role
lot
in
of
this.
people.
And I felt it was important to clarify that even before I had landed in Phoenix, I had
here's
made
what
that
I think-
decision.
here's what I see
felt it
happening
was
here.
important that people hear that from me.
Here's what I think is, I think your actions made it worse. I really do. I think a lot of people already think that there are two systems, as many have talked about, one for we the people, a different one, entirely different one for the politically connected. Your former Secretary of State, your former Senator, your former First Lady, your nominee for President, your husband meets with you 5 days before a decision is announced. Different standard for those facts, and you proved it. You demonstrated that it's different by your actions because you said you've never done this before, so you not only you changed your internal practices. You changed the fact that you've never announced beforehand that you're going to follow recommendations before you even have the recommendations. Your actions contributed to this belief that the system is rigged. And that, you made a bad situation worse by saying, I'm going to do whatever they recommend, even though I don't know what the recommendations are. I don't know anyone who would conduct themselves that way when they're the ultimate decider. But you said, I'm going to wait. I'm going to do whatever they said, and I'm not even going to wait to see what they're recommending. I'm going to follow it. You showed that this case was different, and the law is supposed to treat every single person the same. And your announcement, by definition, made this thing entirely different. And then, of course, what was ultimately decided made it entirely different as well. I yield back.
The Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rome is burning. There's blood on the streets of many American cities, and we are beating this email horse to death. In our last committee meeting, I implored this committee to do something, to have a hearing, to respond to the deaths of Alton Sterling and Philando Castile. And when I said it, I said it's important that we act because I am very fearful that there will be bloodshed on the streets and that people will start to take it into their own hands. Unfortunately, I was right. And I'm going to ask again that we do something to start to convene a conversation on how we protect both police and citizens. Attorney General Lynch, let me ask you, how do you initiate pattern and practice investigations within your Civil Rights Division, and has Baton Rouge Police Department undergone a pattern and practice review?
Well, Congressman, thank you for raising this important issue. An investigation into whether or not a police department presents a pattern or practice of unconstitutional behavior can come about in a number of ways. There have been times when public officials have reached out to us to raise issues of concern. There have been times when community groups or leaders have reached out to us to raise issues of concern. There have been times when specific incidents or actions or cases have themselves raised issues of concern, and through the investigation of a particular case, we look at the police department and we may initiate an investigation. And there actually have been instances when police departments have come to us and requested a technical assistance or a review, and we have started on a practice of what is often called collaborative reform, and we have converted that into a pattern or practice investigation. That's Baltimore, actually.
No, have we done that in Baton Rouge?
In Baton Rouge, we are beginning the investigation. We, meaning the Department of Justice, are beginning the investigation into Mr. Sterling's death.
Right.
We will, of course, be cognizant of issues about the police department that may be raised there.
Well, let me just give you some background. September 2005, out-of-state troopers accused Baton Rouge police of harassing black people, illegal searches, and unnecessary violence in the days after Katrina. Troopers from New Mexico and Michigan, totaling 7, said that as a thank you, Baton Rouge police offered to let him beat a suspect to thank them for coming down to help, and that they were ordered to make life rough for New Orleans evacuees so that they would leave town. March 2007, Brian Townsend was arrested for a noise complaint, ended up being hit in the back by Officer Nathan Davis, causing him to defecate on himself. He was then kicked in the groin, which ended up rupturing his bladder. He was awarded $239,000. Officer Davis was fired. July 2008, John Saunders suffered a fractured skull, brain bleeding, and permanent brain damage after being beaten by Officer Lorenzo Coleman when shoulders moved towards him with fists clenched. He was awarded $350,000. 2011, Carlos Harris was ordered by Officer Christopher McGee to move a car, despite Harris telling the officer that he was too drunk to drive. Harris, while attempting to move the car, crashed into several police officers. McGee shot him dead, despite being told not to by another officer. Harris's family settled for $495,000. Corporal Robert Maruso used excessive force on Brett Perkle, 24, whose head was stomped on and whose teeth were knocked out during a drug raid in 2014. That settled for $25,000. Officer Michael Ellsbury resigned after being accused of sending a series of racist text messages, ultimately resigned, but they have not reviewed all of his cases and his arrest. And one officer can make a complete difference in the length of time and whether someone gets arrested. So I would just ask, formally ask, and I can do it in writing also, that we initiate a pattern and practice investigation on the Baton Rouge Police Department. And that is for police departments that may be violating people's civil rights. And I will not make an ultimate conclusion of whether they are or not. I will leave that to you all, but I would ask for the investigation. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask to submit for the unanimous consent to submit for the record a op-ed written by Clint Smith that's titled "Police Killings Get a Lot of Attention, So Should Police Beatings."
Without objection, that will be made a part of the record, and Ms. Chu had asked earlier and did not get a response from me to make, put in the record the say her name report. Without objection, that will be made a part of the record as well. Chair thanks the gentleman. Would advise the members there is a vote on the floor, one vote. There is about 10 minutes remaining in that vote. We'll go ahead and recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Chaffetz, for 5 minutes, and then we will recess to give the general an opportunity for a brief break, but we'll resume immediately after.
I thank the Chairman and Madam Attorney General. Thank you so much for being here. Does an individual need a security clearance to review or have access to classified material?
Congressman, that issue will be dependent upon the agency for whom they worked and the nature of the work that they did.
Can you give me an example where you don't need a security clearance to view classified material?
No, I believe, as I was going to say, they would, but the type of clearance varies with every agency, and the agency would make that decision and determination.
Is it legal or illegal to share classified information with somebody who doesn't have a security clearance?
Congressman, it depends on the facts of every situation. You'd have to determine how that sharing occurred. You'd have to determine the means. You'd have to determine, the reason, the intent. Certainly, depending upon how you view the statute, it could go any number of ways.
Do you think there is a scenario in which you could share classified information with somebody who doesn't have the requisite security clearance?
No, I would not draw that conclusion. I would say that I'm not able to answer it as a hypothetical, but that there are a number of factors that would go into the decision, and one could have any number of results.
Is it legal or illegal to provide access to somebody who doesn't have the requisite security clearance to view classified material?
To provide access?
Yeah.
Again, I'd need more facts on the hypothetical, but I would look at a number of things, and depending upon how you reviewed it, it could go any number of ways.
Is it legal or illegal to store, house, or retain classified information in a non-secure location?
Again, I would refer you to the statute. One could, in fact, have liability, again, depending upon the nature and facts and
Do you
circumstances.
have any examples of where it's legally acceptable to retain classified information in a non-secure location?
I don't have a hypothetical answer for that.
Is it legal or illegal to provide false testimony under oath?
There are a number of statutes that cover that, both at the federal and state level. There are a number of ways in which that could be found.
There's a difference between prosecuting something and whether it's legal or illegal. You know, these questions are pretty simple, and we've got millions of people with security clearance. How are they supposed to go through the gyrations that you've laid out in order to make a simple determination?
Congressman, if we had a specific fact situation or fact pattern, that could be reviewed.
I'm just
when
asking,
it
is
comes to a
it
hypothetical situation, it would be unfair to come up with a blanket answer to someone without reviewing all the facts of their situation.
I'm asking if it's legal or illegal to share classified information with somebody who doesn't have a security clearance.
Again, I would refer you to the appropriate statutes, and I'd refer you to the facts of every situation. It would be unfair to give a blanket answer to every hypothetical.
Why aren't we telling all the federal employees and contractors who have access to classified information, those in our military, why aren't we telling them, you can't do this, it's against the law? Why can't you say that?
We give them guidance. Again, every agency does. We give them examples. We give them information as to how to make those decisions. We show them. And again, every information provides, every agency provides
why is
that,
the law not sufficient guidance? You believe, is there a flaw in the law? Or is there a suggestion on the law? I mean,
I don't have a comment on the state of the law. My answer is that in order...
Somebody asked me to consult an attorney, and you are the Attorney General. And I think you're sending a terrible message to the world, to those people who are trying to make some simple decisions. The lack of clarity that you give to this body, the lack of clarity on this issue is pretty stunning. These seem like simple issues. Let me ask you, the team that you talk about in the Secretary Clinton email scandal, outside of the FBI, who was on that team that you refer to that made the recommendation?
As I indicated before, they would be career prosecutors.
Okay, so they're prosecutors. Anybody else on the team that was a participant in the investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not sure if you're referring to anybody else. Can you give me some further context for that?
I don't know, like if they go back and do security clearances, determine classification, whether it's secure or non-secure, I would think that there'd be somebody outside of the FBI that would help you make those determinations.
Well, the Department of Justice team would be Department of Justice employees.
I'm trying to ask specific to which departments within the department. I mean, Department of Justice is a large organization, right? FBI is part of that. Prosecutors are part of it. Who above and beyond prosecutors in the FBI was involved in this investigation?
As I've indicated before, the DOJ team was composed of the career lawyers and seasoned agents in there. I'm not sure if you're asking about something outside of DOJ.
I didn't know if there was another unit or other people that were part of it. That was my question. My time has expired. I wish I had about 20 more minutes. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The committee will stand in recess for approximately 15 minutes.
All right, everyone, thank you very much for joining us. If you don't know who this is, I am the host of this stream. If you are new to our stream, we are a Trump community. We stream all Trump rallies, interviews, or any other event that comes up. We also stream breaking news and stuff just like what we're watching right now. It looks like the committee is in recess for the next 15 minutes, but during that time we would like to ask you to go to our Twitter, the link is in the description, and to sign the petition to make Black Lives Matter a domestic terrorist group. There's a petition going out right now that wants to classify Black Lives Matter as a domestic terrorist group. Make sure you go to our Twitter. It's in the description below. Sign that petition. We needed 31,000 signatures. But in order for the White House to make a public, for it to go public, we needed 100,000. We have reached 100,000, but we need more. We need to blow this out of the water and make sure that the White House doesn't just throw it under a pile of papers and forget about it. We need 1 million signatures on that petition. So if you would like to sign the petition, go to our Twitter, sign it. It's pinned to the top of our Twitter account. Sign that petition to make Black Lives Matter a domestic terrorist group. Thank you very much. I'll put on some music real quick while they come back from recess. I don't think that Trey has spoken yet. We actually started I think a few minutes after it began. But I don't think he has spoken yet. I have checked all over the place and it looks like he still hasn't spoken yet. So he might be coming up next. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. If you just joined us, welcome. It looks like the committee is on recess right now for the 15 minutes. It's been a few minutes now, so I'm thinking another 10 more minutes. If you just joined us, please go to our Twitter, link in the description below, and sign the petition to make Black Lives Matter a domestic terrorist group, so it can be formally classified as a domestic terrorist group, which means that they can no longer protest in the name of Black Lives Matter. So make sure you go and sign that petition. We needed 31,000 signatures. We completely blew that off. We are at 100, I think a little bit over 100,000 signatures. We want to hit 1 million. That way, the White House knows that we mean business, and everybody knows that that group is a terrorist group and nothing else. We need 1 million signatures. So please share it, retweet it, do whatever you have to do, but we need to get 1 million signatures. Thank you very much. For people that are asking in the chat, the link is in the description. You do not need to have Twitter. Just click on the link. It'll take you to my Twitter. It's pinned to the very top. Just click on it, sign it, and that's it. You don't have to follow me. You don't have to have a Twitter account. It doesn't matter if you have one or not. Just click on the link. It'll take you to my Twitter, and then you can click on the link there. Thank you very much. For those that don't know yet, Bernie Sanders was campaigning with Hillary Clinton this morning. He already went on the record to saying that he endorses Hillary Clinton. So if you are a Bernie supporter and you have an open mind and you're not completely corrupted by his lies, I advise you to join us today for a Trump rally later on and listen to what the man has to say. But that does not mean that we want those man-child Bernie supporters. We need supporters that have an open mind, that are adults, and that are willing to listen to what the man has to say. If you go to our rally and just start shit, then you will be banned anyways. So if you have an open mind, please join us later on today. It's at 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern. Trump will have a Trump for President event later on today. All the information is on our channel, so you can get all the information there. Just note that Bernie Sanders completely betrayed every single one of his followers, because now he is starting to campaign with Hillary Clinton. Just letting you guys know. I just want to get on the mic real quick. Candy, when you go to our channel, it'll tell you exactly at what time it starts. Depending on where you're logging from, if you're Western, East, Central, Eastern, or whatever, you just go to our channel. It'll tell you exactly at the time that it's going to start. It adjusts for your own time zone. So if anybody's wondering for Trump's rally later on today, go to our channel. The information's on there. It adjusts for whatever time zone you're in or whatever part of the world you're in. It'll tell you exactly at what time it starts. Thank you very much.
and really an eloquent advocate for individuals across the country with stories just like his. Someone like Andres knows no other home. His home is Washington State, and in my view, we should be supporting dreamers like Andres, not deporting them. I wanted your feedback on what you think the Supreme Court's 4-4 ruling means legally for people like Andres.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Well, certainly with respect to the court's 4-4 ruling essentially refers to the most recent executive actions taken by the president. So if someone in young Mr. Andres' position were
He missed the original DACA by 26 days.
He was not in the original DACA, yes. Well, that program has been enjoined at the state and federal level in Texas and the Fifth Circuit. That injunction remains in effect, which means that the program is not currently being implemented.
And so if the ruling remains in place, what does that mean for the Department of Justice? And in particular, would you view this as essentially taking away the prosecutorial discretion that you would have in any other context?
Well, certainly with respect to prosecutorial discretion, we will still exercise our discretion in terms of what cases we prosecute and how we prosecute them at the border. We will still continue to focus on individuals who pose a threat to society and raise issues of violent crime, particularly those who have criminal records. We'll continue to focus on those individuals who have more recently come across the border. We will continue to make public safety the watchword, as it always has been, of our enforcement actions. And of course, I'm sure the Department of Homeland Security will be looking at the ruling as well.
So to back up a bit, what do you think the role of prosecutorial discretion is in a general sense? And do you exercise prosecutorial discretion in other contexts outside of immigration?
Well, we exercise prosecutorial discretion in every context because of resource issues for the most part, as well as the different priorities presented by the challenges of the law enforcement environment. We, of course, are focusing great attention on matters like violent crime and the heroin opioid issue today, and trying to make sure that we have sufficient resources to cover those important issues. Immigration cases are a large part of our docket. We try and make sure that we handle them thoroughly, efficiently, but fairly as well. And we also try and make sure that we protect individuals who live in immigrant communities who still have a need to come forward to law enforcement.
So why do you think this particular case is so controversial, given that you use this discretion in other ways?
You know, I can't speak to the points others choose to make about the decisions and the policies that are set forth. I leave that to them to characterize their views and why it's important. But certainly, from a prosecutorial perspective, managing resources is an important part of what we do. Determining the people who should be our priority targets for prosecution is something that we do on a routine basis, and we take a number of things into account for that. We look at as I indicated before, the type of threat posed by individuals or certain groups of individuals. We look at the amount of law enforcement resources that we have to handle a situation and our ability to augment those resources or whether they are being diminished over time. So a number of things go into that calculation.
Will indiscriminately deporting immigrants make us safer?
Well, certainly, you know, I don't have a comment on the policy there. I think that from a prosecutorial discretion point of view, we do focus on individuals who pose danger to the community. That is our focus, is the protection of the American people. So individuals who have a violent background, a violent history, who have engaged in violence, those would be individuals that we would look at and find a way to remove them from the community, either by prosecution. There could be deportation. Again, we'd work with the Department of Homeland Security on that issue, since they handle deportations per se. And so we would look, again, at trying to make the community as safe as possible.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Chair thanks the gentlewoman and recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, the central issue to me is this perception, frankly rooted in some realities of a dual-track or two-tiered justice system. And I know that you have dedicated your career to the pursuit of justice. I know you work for a blindfolded woman who's holding nothing but a set of scales. And I think it's important that she's blindfolded because she shouldn't see the race, the gender, the socioeconomic status, the fame or lack of fame of the person in front of her. And I'm sure you've experienced it like some of the rest of us. It's not just the suspect or the target or the defendant. The witnesses have to have confidence in the justice system. The jurors have to have confidence in the justice system. The public has to have confidence in the justice system. So this dual track, different set of rules for certain people than for others. It frankly should not matter whether you are running for president or running late to a kid's ball game. The same rules ought to apply to everyone. So let me ask you this. Why do you think it's important to use official email to conduct official business?
I believe it's important to do that. I think that certainly every department has chosen to craft the way in which they carry out their business, and it provides for a way of doing business in a secure system.
So you use official email to conduct official business?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And do you ever email, send or receive classified information on personal email?
I do not.
I doubt you even use your USDOJ.gov account to send classified information, do you?
We have separate systems.
Right.
So there would be a separate
classified system
for that.
Right. So not only do you not use personal email to do it, you don't even use your USDOJ.gov. You have a separate, dedicated system to handle classified information. Why?
We have a separate system to handle the security needs.
But my question is why? Why is it important enough to you to not use personal email to conduct public business and to use a separate, more safely guarded system when you do handle classified information?
That is the practice that I've certainly always followed. It
But it's
allows
not
for the
just
protection.
it's not just a personal preference, is
No,
it?
it allows for the protection of the information, both on a regular system, because again, that's still sensitive, law enforcement types of matters, and then a classified system for separately classified information.
What element do you think was lacking in the statutes that you evaluated as it relates to Secretary Clinton?
So let me, again, as I've indicated before, and I want to make it clear that, as I indicated before, while the reason why I would not be going into the analysis that was provided and the discussion that we had between myself and the team is because we protect our teams and that they have to be free to provide information and analysis in a confidential way without the fear or impact of there being a political influence on that.
I understand
and that is why
that.
I have not gone into that type of discussion. What I can tell you is that the team did evaluate the relevant statutes that were considered in this investigation. They looked at all of the facts and evidence, and as in every case, they applied them to that statute
All
to
right,
determine whether
but
the
my
elements
specific
had been
question
met.
to you, Madam Attorney General, is what element of which offense did you find lacking from an evidentiary standpoint?
Well, I would say that in order to answer that, I would have to go into the entire level of analysis.
Don't you think
Yes.
public perception in a single track justice system is important enough that you could at least touch on what you thought was lacking?
Congressman, in this case, we have taken the unusual step of discussing it in ways that the department typically does not, in order to provide more clarity into this situation. And while I understand that it is frustrating to a number of people, civilians as well as members of this body alike, we have taken extraordinary steps to discuss this matter in ways that typically we do not,
Let me ask you
particularly when
this.
charges are not brought. And as I indicated before, just so it's clear, my reasons for not going into the substance of the information that I receive and review before I made my decision to accept the recommendation are that the teams that I work with, whether it's this case or any other, be free to provide confidential analysis, discussion, without the input of any
With all due
kind of
respect, Madam
political
Attorney General,
influence.
you can do all of what you just described and still tell the people what element. I mean, the elements of a criminal offense are public, so there's no secret there. And for you to go through the elements and say, as Director Comey did, he said there was no specific intent. I'm out of time, but I suspect you have prosecuted reckless homicide cases, haven't you?
In the context of violent crime.
How about involuntary manslaughter?
For the department or personally?
No, just as a prosecutor. There's
My
involuntary
crimes
manslaughter,
have involved
there's reckless homicide, there's felony DUI where you really didn't mean to hurt anybody. You really didn't, but you did. And this lack of specific intent is not a defense in any of those cases. So I think the public would like to know how you determined she did not have the intent to break the law and why you are applying a specific intent requirement here when you don't even do it in certain homicide cases.
Well, Congressman, as I've said, well, I think you've mentioned a number of state cases there. But as I've said, the reason why I am not going into the discussion I had and providing that particular level of information, although the FBI director did choose to do so, is that the information the team provides to me on this or any other case has to be given in a zone of confidentiality so that they can be clear and sure that there's never a political overtone to their decisions, nor will I apply one in accepting their decisions. That's why we have taken the unusual steps of providing greater information, as frustrating as that has been for a number of people to have additional information. That's why I took the unusual step of clarifying my role in this investigation.
Well, I'm out of time. The only thing I find frustrating is that even after this and Director Comey, people still believe that if you are famous, there's a different set of rules than if people don't know your name. And I think you're missing a wonderful opportunity to say with specificity which evidentiary element you found lacking. So Congress can go fix the statute if you think we need to, but right now, we have no idea whether or not a President Lynch could do exactly what Secretary Clinton did, or whether President Clinton could do exactly what Secretary Clinton did. And I think that lack of clarity is bad for the Republic, quite frankly. I would yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General, for being here and for your time. We are living in very difficult times where we see violence and guns continuing to plague our communities. And building communities of trust and respect are critical, and reducing the ability of dangerous individuals to easily access guns is part of the answer. What I really want to focus my inquiry on is the first part of that effort. And I was, before coming to Congress, mayor of Providence, and my former chief used to say the most powerful weapon in the police department in fighting crime and keeping communities safe is the trust and confidence of the people they serve. I've had the unfortunate occasion to both comfort families who lost a loved one to gun violence, mothers and fathers and siblings, as well as to, in April of 2005, to have lost a police officer to a shooting inside the Providence Police Station, Detective Jimmy Allen, which was a very painful experience for the city and for the department. Both of those examples are horrible and painful events, not capable of easy answers or quick fixes. But one thing that I found as mayor of the city is when I took over, we had a police department that was under investigation by the Department of Justice for a patterns and practice civil rights issues, and crime was on the increase, and the community had really lost confidence in the department. And as a result of implementing a citywide community policing model, we really rebuilt the confidence of the community. The department became accredited, remarkable turnaround, and we produced the lowest crime rate in 40 years. So it was an example of really investing in building relationships between the policing community, which made the police officers safer and made the community safer. And so what I really want to ask you about is what the Department of Justice or Congress can do to help that kind of thing happen in other cities around the country. There was a 2007 national survey of police leaders, and they identified insufficient resources and the support of frontline officers as the two major obstacles to implementing community policing models effectively. And I'd love your thoughts on what we can do as a Congress, what DOJ is doing to help close these gaps with local and state law enforcement agencies.
Well, thank you for raising this important issue, Congressman, one that has become central to my tenure as Attorney General. And I've had the privilege also of traveling to different communities, much like yours, Providence, that had a pattern in practice, and yet residents and police officers together determined that they would rebuild to a positive relationship. So, as you note, it can be done, it has been done, and I have seen it done. With respect to what the Department of Justice is doing, we are supporting the work of community policing around the country through our community-oriented policing service. that provides technical assistance to police departments upon their request. One of the things that we try and do is match up police departments facing specific issues, crowd control, for example, a question about whether their excessive force policy really is sufficient. We try and pair them with police departments that have dealt with those issues and, in fact, come to a positive working relationship so that they can have a peer-to-peer connection, because there's a tremendous amount of positive police work being done in this country, and we need to spread that as well. We are also supporting, through COPS grants, local municipalities hiring additional officers and retaining those officers. Through supporting the recommendations of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, we're supporting a number of pillars, particularly officer safety and wellness. And I've been privileged to watch some outstanding training focusing on instilling in officers from the beginning of their time on duty that when they are encountering someone on the worst day of that civilian's life, they themselves need as much support and training as possible. The issue of resources is one that is raised with me a great deal with respect to officers and departments who want to set up wellness programs, who want to have a dedicated community policing officer, who want to expand their school resource officer program, and yet their municipalities are struggling to provide the resources. We try and help. Of course, assistance with that is always welcome. I'm happy to have our staff speak about ways in which we can work together on that.
Great. And just quickly, in connection with that, there was a 2006 Department of Justice report that found police academies spend an average of 110 hours training their recruits on firearm skills and self-defense, but only 8 hours on conflict management and mediation. And I'm wondering whether or not you think that's a sensible allocation and what can be done really to give a more balanced approach in the training, because that's obviously part of it. And I'm hoping that out of this difficult time that we are experiencing because of the tragedy in Dallas and the other shootings we're seeing around our country, that we can come together and respond to some of this. And I'd love your thoughts on that.
Thank you.
The time of the gentleman has expired, but the witness will be permitted to answer the question.
I believe that police departments around the country are looking at exactly that issue and trying to ensure that they have ongoing training in mediation, conflict resolution, most importantly de-escalation at the police academy, and also throughout the life of the sworn officers. I've been privileged to actually see some of the training given to on-duty officers as part of their continuing education.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. I yield back.
The chair would advise members that there is another adjournment vote on the floor, a motion to adjourn. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 5 minutes, and then the committee will stand in recess to take that vote.
Thank you. Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here, and thank you for your service to this nation. I happen to disagree with Director Comey's conclusion, but I have a great deal of respect for him. I have seen him to be nothing but an honorable man, and reasonable minds can disagree. So I just have some questions that are similar to what has been asked before, but a little bit different. Director Comey said repeatedly that Secretary Clinton and her colleagues were, quote, extremely careless in their handling of very sensitive, highly classified information. Do you agree with this assessment?
I don't have a characterization of their actions. Typically, we do not characterize the actions of individuals. That was Director Comey's assessment of that, and my review
So
was
you don't
not of that.
accept his assessment, but you only accept his recommendation to not charge?
As I said before, I did not come to a characterization or a description, as he did, of individual behavior. My discussion was focused on the investigation, what it revealed, and how it applied to the legal standards.
So Secretary Clinton had a security clearance while she was serving at the State Department, correct?
As far as I know, that is correct.
If any other federal employee with a security clearance is extremely careless with classified information, in your opinion, what would happen to that person's clearance?
I believe the matter would be reviewed and investigated, and the appropriate actions would be taken.
And in fact, Director Comey suggested if Secretary Clinton were anyone else, the facts uncovered in the FBI investigation could have cost her that security clearance. Is that correct?
I don't want to characterize the director's statements or testimony. I'd have to look
But
at
anybody
those.
else who would have been extremely careless with their security information, they would have lost their security clearance, correct?
I think the matter would have to be reviewed and handled according to the rules of the relevant agency.
In your experience as a federal prosecutor, if any other American with a security clearance had acted extremely carelessly with classified information, what would DOJ's position be on prosecuting that person?
Well, with respect to whether or not a prosecution would ensue, the issue would be the same as here, whether or not the evidence arose to the legal standard of all the statutes that were considered.
But you
There
would
be the
seriously
same
look at that,
consideration.
correct?
It would be the same consideration that was done here, but it would have to, again, reflect all of the relevant facts and not just a characterization of that. And again, I did not make a characterization
No,
or
but if your
conclusion about that.
characterization would have been that somebody acted extremely carelessly, what if that individual transacted business on Gmail?
As I said before, I don't have a characterization or description
I'm not asking for
of
your
anyone.
I'm not asking
that-
for
well,
that.
my only
I'm saying
point, sir-
if you would have found just a regular person working at DOJ extremely carelessly handling classified information on Gmail.
My only point, sir, is that the legal standard would have to be met.
Okay.
And you'd have to look at the relevant statutes regarding that person's information and how it was
So
transmitted.
was Director Comey
And the
correct?
characterization or description
You've said
does
that.
not go to that.
Was Director Comey correct in stating that the range of punishment is from reprimand to termination to a possible criminal prosecution when someone is found to have mishandled classified information?
Certainly, if he was speaking about the steps that the FBI would possibly take, I would certainly reflect, I believe he would be reflecting his agency's own understanding of that.
Has the department ever reprimanded, terminated, or prosecuted an employee for mishandling classified information?
I'm not at liberty to go into that. We don't discuss individual matters here.
So you haven't, this would be a public record if you have prosecuted somebody.
It would be a public record. I don't have that information now for you.
And you have not reprimanded or terminated anybody who has mishandled classified information?
I don't know the answer to that information. I'm happy to have our staff speak and provide you whatever information we can, consistent with DOJ policy and the law.
So if a low-level DOJ attorney or FBI agent was reprimanded for carelessness with classified information, would that person have any chance of being promoted or otherwise advancing in their career?
You know, Congressman, I can't speak to a hypothetical. I also, again, would urge caution with using a characterization or description instead of a
So
legal
you want us
analysis.
to respect
I
Director
think you'd have
Comey's
to look
conclusion
at
but
the
not
facts.
his word?
You'd have to look at the facts in every situation.
I'm sorry, I'm
and you'd have
actually
to-
confused by your statement. You want us to respect his conclusion, which I do, even though I disagree with it, but you don't want us to respect his words or to actually take any kind of statement that he made at face value. Is that what you're
Congressman,
saying?
my answer is that, as I said before, a characterization or description is not the issue. It was a relevant legal standard reached. In every case, you would look at the relevant legal statute, and you would see if the determination had been made that, in fact, those elements had been met.
You can't even tell us if one of your employees carelessly used information, whether you would advance them in their career or not.
We look at every case and all the situation, all the facts, and all the issues. We apply the rules, and we come to a decision or determination there, consistent with the rules of our organization, as I believe any other organization would.
I yield back my time.
The committee will stand in recess until the completion of this vote in about 15 minutes.
The 15-minute rule.
Hello, everyone. For those who just joined us, welcome. Right now, they're on a vote, so they're going to recess for around 15 minutes. If you haven't had the chance yet, please go to our Twitter. Sign the petition to make Black Lives Matter a domestic terrorist group. If you signed already, thank you very much for being a patriot and protecting all Americans. If you are a Trump supporter, we have a rally later on today. So please check on our channel. It'll tell you the exact time that it's going to start depending on what time zone or where in the world you are. So if you want to check out our Trump's rally later on, please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button so you can get the notification when we will go live. And we hope to see you there. Thank you very much. Please hook us up with a like. If you do not want to subscribe, that's fine. A like is more than enough. Also, share this link with other people so we can continue seeing this idiot getting wrecked. And hopefully she resigns or breaks down and cries in the middle of this. That's the hope. So thank you very much. For those that don't know yet, Bernie Sanders was campaigning with Hillary Clinton this morning. He basically kneeled in front of her and he told her to take him in like a washed up dog. So if you're a Bernie supporter, please, if you have an open mind, join us later on today for the Trump rally. And just listen to what he has to say. If you're an immature prick and you go to our rally and start talking shit, we will ban you. Just want to throw that out there. But if you are an open-minded individual, a adult, then go to our join us for the rally later on. And just listen to what he has to say. That's all we ask. Thank you very much.
In recent years, this country's gone to hell. And the crack's getting bigger on the side of that Liberty Bell. Well, Clinton, Obama, and the Democratic crew sure did a number on me and you. It wasn't my vote, you can blame yourselves for that. But we got a chance to turn things around if you get your butt up off the ground and understand we're all gonna have to work. This big old country was built on sweat, and if we're gonna make it great again, you're gonna get wet. But the first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. And to hell with the rest, he'll get us over the hump. And down the road, we'll all go, and the wall will get built by Mexico. But first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. He understands the working man, tells the truth that we can understand. If you don't like it, you can all just kiss our ass. Kiss our ass. He pays his own way, don't take no crap. Wanna bring back country, get rid of rap. And if nothing else, we can all thank Donald for that. Thank you, Donald. Vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. To hell with the rest, he'll get us over the hump. And down the road, we'll all go, and the wall will get built by Mexico. But the first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. Well, little Marco and Lion Ted, it's time to go home and crawl in bed. The campaign's over and the big fat ladies sing. And Hillary Clinton don't stand a chance with her preacher hair and her old man pants. Take Bill home, good God, he's getting old. Now let's vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Yeah, to hell with the rest, he'll get us over the hump. And down the road, baby, we'll all go, and the wall's getting built by Mexico. Well, first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. Jesus says, vote for Trump.
All right, guys, that was Vote for Trump. Basically, our theme song for this stream, for this community. So if you're a Trump supporter, please hit that like button and subscribe. We hope to see you on the rally later on today. The song is up on our channel. I will link it in just a few minutes. This is set to start in just a few minutes too. So we'll go back to our metal music for a while until it comes back on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Attorney General for your presence here for leadership in this country. And let me first just associate myself with the remarks that have been made by others with respect to expressing concern about the apparent willingness of the Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice to move from a model of fractional licensing to 100% licensing in the context of the ASCAP and BMI consent decrees. I think songwriters and the publishing community is already under siege, and this will just exacerbate the problem. I have great respect for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but we are in the midst of a gun violence epidemic here in America. 5 police officers were killed in Dallas, Texas. 49 members of the LGBT community were gunned down in Orlando. 14 Americans were killed at a holiday party in San Bernardino. 9 individuals, God-fearing folks, were killed at a church in Charleston, South Carolina. 20 children were killed at a school in Newtown, Connecticut. We have mass shooting after mass shooting after mass shooting, yet this hearing has been about email. Not the gun violence epidemic, not the explosion of mass shootings, not the tense relationship between the police and communities of color. It's been about email. This is not a legitimate oversight hearing with the Attorney General of the United States of America, designed to try to find public policy solutions to the problems of the American people. It's a fishing expedition. It's a reckless legislative joyride designed to crash and burn. It's a sham. And the American people, in the midst of an incredible gun violence epidemic throughout the country, deserve better. Let me ask a few questions about the relationship between the police and the community in the little time that I have remaining in the context of the Eric Garner case. You testified earlier today that it was important to try to strengthen the relationship between the police and the community and increase trust. Is that correct? And would you agree that one of the problems that we have in America is the fact that there are many people who believe that when police officers, the overwhelming majority are hardworking public servants who are there to protect and serve, but when some police officers use excessive force, resulting in the death, often of an African-American male, sometimes unarmed, that officer is rarely held accountable by the criminal justice system. Is that a legitimate concern that people throughout America have?
People have expressed that to me throughout my travels as a concern that they have.
Now, about 2 years ago, Eric Garner was killed as a result of a chokehold deployed against him by Officer Pantaleo in Staten Island. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not able to give you the conclusion on that. Certainly, it's a matter that's under investigation
But
now.
he was killed. I mean, that's clear to everyone. I'm not saying it was a
Mr.
homicide
Garner-
justifiable. Mr. Garner was killed. Is that right?
Yes, approximately 2 years ago.
Okay. And you opened up an investigation, I believe, in December of 2014, or December of 2015, perhaps. December of 2014 in connection with the death of Mr. Garner. Is that right? The Department of Justice?
Late 2014.
Late 2014. And so that investigation is still ongoing, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And in order to, what is the standard by which the Department of Justice will consider whether a civil rights action is merited?
Well, in terms of a referral or an ultimate conclusion?
Ultimate conclusion.
Ultimate conclusion, we, as in every case, we look at the law and we look at the facts and determine if we are able to meet all of the elements of the relevant statutes.
And what's the relevant statute in this case?
Well, one statute I can tell you that is often considered in cases is 18 U.S.C. 242, which would essentially criminalize the use of excessive force by a law enforcement officer.
And is the fact that Mr. Garner said on 11 different occasions, "I can't breathe," and on 11 different times, Officer Pantaleo failed to respond, is that a relevant consideration in terms of intentionality in this case?
I can tell you that all the facts are being considered by the team.
And is the fact that the chokehold had been outlawed by the NYPD for the previous 20 years, yet it was deployed in this instance, is that a relevant consideration in terms of intentionality in this case?
I can tell you that NYPD procedures and training would be part of what's considered in the case, but I'm not able to go further into the merits or substance of that.
And lastly, is the fact that Eric Garner was unarmed and was essentially being accosted for the sale of loose cigarettes, is that a relevant consideration in the universe of facts that the Department of Justice is considering?
I can tell you that everything is under consideration in the review.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Farenthold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to respectfully disagree with one of the comments the gentleman from New York just made. This line of questioning isn't about email, it's about national security. And to borrow Director Comey's word, someone at the top level of our government being extremely careless with classified information. And I think the other day, my colleague from Texas, Will Hurd, a former CIA agent, made the point that mishandling classified information has real repercussions to our men and women who are working in the intelligence field and actually potentially puts their life in jeopardy. But that being said, General Lynch, are federal employees generally prohibited from removing classified materials from secure area or network and placing it on open or unclassified networks?
Congressman, generally speaking,
It's a yes
the
or
issue
no.
that you're talking about, it would be covered by statute and regulation.
So they're not allowed to do that?
And it would prohibit the behavior that you're talking about.
All right, and are people allowed to retain classified documents in an unclassified environment?
Generally, no.
All right, so let me ask you a question. I'm going to get back to Ms. Clinton for a second. How did this information wind up on her server? I doubt Mrs. Clinton was technically savvy enough to copy it to a thumb drive and move it from one to the other, didn't have the patience to retype it. So obviously some other people took it off classified network and sent it to her. Do you think those people should be prosecuted?
Well, Congressman, with respect to any of the individuals considered in the investigation, as I indicated, I won't be going into the discussions about them. And as I've indicated earlier, and I said, I know that this is a frustrating exercise for you. It is because
It is, and it's pretty clear you're not going to answer
we
my
asked the
questions on
team
it. So
to
I'm gonna
provide
go to-
information
let me-
in
I
a
have
confidential
very-
manner so that it can be reviewed without their being influenced by any political
All
overtones.
right, well, it's pretty clear you're not going to answer any of my questions. So you were appointed by the president who called himself, I think, wanted to create the most transparent administration ever. So we're going to quit asking congressmen questions. I'm going to ask some questions that the American people have posted on my Facebook page. Both Mark from Portland, or a retired Coast Guard person, and George, also a U.S. Army vet, want to know under oath what you discussed on the plane with President Clinton.
Well, what I can tell you is exactly what we discussed was, as I've indicated earlier, when the president indicated he wanted to say hello, I said he could say hello. He came on board, spoke to myself, my husband. There were 2 flight crew members on the plane. He was with them briefly. The former president then spoke at length about his grandchildren.
So y'all didn't speak at all about anything pending, any pending investigations, or Mrs. Clinton's problems with the email or the Clinton Foundation or anything like that? None of that was discussed?
If I could continue with what was discussed.
No, I'm just asking if you discussed something that might be relevant.
We did not discuss anything about a case or matter before the Department of Justice. We did not discuss Mrs. Clinton in any way. He spoke about his grandchildren at length.
Okay.
He spoke about his
apologize
travels.
for interrupting you. I've
spoke
only
about
got 5 minutes,
what he'd done
and
in
you've been
Phoenix.
very good at burning up the time and stonewalling, and I do want to get to some questions. So have you ever met with anybody else on your plane on the tarmac?
I've not had occasion to meet with anyone on my plane. I have been traveling at the airport, and public individuals have asked to come in and say hello, and I've said hello to
And
them
have you
there.
had any other meetings of more than a couple of minutes off the books with Mrs. Clinton, President Clinton, or their close associates, Cindy Blumenthal and the like?
I've never had any other conversations with either former President Clinton or Mrs. Clinton before this, except to say hello or was in a photo line.
Okay, and then, all right, so let me get back
And
to
the
the
other
question.
individual you mentioned also no.
All right, so getting back to some of the Facebook questions, Martin from Corpus Christi, also a retired Coastie, would like to know if a military person handled classified information the way Mrs. Clinton does, would he probably have been prosecuted, or she possibly been prosecuted?
So I think that I think we have to look at this from the situation of if the exact same facts were presented and the exact same laws considered, the same conclusion would be come to. That is what both Director Comey has indicated. That certainly I have no reason to view it differently. Every case is viewed differently. But again, if you have the facts as they were presented here and reviewed here, applied to the laws that were reviewed here and analyzed here, that would be the
I have one more
conclusion.
question to get before I get out of time. This is Stuart, a friend of mine from Luling, Texas. And we've seen several attorney generals that have either been asked to resign or resigned on their own when, and I've used the term loosely, scandals have come up. And I think people have been using that word. with respect to this and have suggested you should have recused themselves on this. Should the president replace an attorney general if the attorney general does not enforce the law evenly, or should there be separate enforcement for different classes? And that's Stuart from Luling.
The time of the gentleman has expired, but the general is allowed to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman, there's no separate method of enforcement for anyone here. And as I said before, while I understand the frustration of people who disagree with the decision, I will say that it is similar to the frustration I have encountered when I, as a prosecutor, or others who are prosecutors, have to explain to someone why charges are not being brought, if their family member is involved, and the like. And so I understand the emotion that things generate. I understand the frustration that it generates. But it is something that we take very seriously. And as I said before, we follow the law, we follow the facts in every single case.
Thank you. I see my time has expired.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. DeSantis, for 5 minutes.
General Lynch, the team that recommended not to prosecute Secretary Clinton, did that include the Deputy Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman, the day-to-day...
Did it include the Associate Attorney General?
The day-to-day team that reviewed the matter did not, although the matter was reviewed
About
up
the
through...
Office of Legal Counsel or Office of Legal Policy?
I just want to conclude with you asked about the Deputy Attorney General, and I wanted to provide that information for you.
He was not, though, on the day-to-day is what I'm just trying to get through the people because I have limited time. So he was not, correct?
She was part of the chain of review, but she was not on the day-to-day team.
Okay. What about the head of the National Security Division?
The NSD was the component that was leading this, and so the head of the NSD, or the National Security Division, would have been in the chain of review.
What about the head of the Criminal Division?
No, I will tell you that the team was led by NSD,
Okay.
and therefore its head. You asked about the Deputy Attorney General, that's Sally Yates. She was in the chain of review, but not the day-to-day team. And the FBI Director, I don't know the intermediate level supervisors there who would have been involved.
Good. Director Comey said that the Department of Justice has grave concerns about whether it's appropriate to prosecute somebody under a gross negligence standard. Do you, as the Attorney General, have grave concerns about prosecuting, forget about this case, anybody under a gross negligence standard?
Our concerns are always whether or not we have the facts to support
I'm not
the
asking
charge.
about the facts.
That is a concern in
Assume you
every
have the
case.
facts. Forget about this case. Do you have grave concerns about bringing a prosecution under gross negligence?
I would have to have the factual record before me.
Did any of the people who were on the team that advised you, did they tell Director Comey that they had grave concerns about bringing a case under a gross negligence standard?
Congressman, I wasn't privy to those
Because you guys
conversations,
prosecute
so I'm not
environmental
able to
crimes under a
say.
negligence standard, correct?
We do prosecute a number
Those are
of crimes.
constitutional prosecutions, right?
We do prosecute a number of crimes
States across the
under
country
different standards.
prosecute under, for homicide. You can have a negligent homicide. And so Director Comey said, well, look, people say you can do this, but how come there haven't been cases brought recently? How many cases has the Justice Department declined to bring under 18 U.S.C. Section 793F because they were concerned about the gross negligence standard?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that.
Do you know if there's been any that have been declined over the last 10, 20 years?
I don't have the answer to that.
I'd like to get that because I think that that's important because you can say people haven't been prosecuted under it, but maybe people in the civilian sector have actually met their responsibilities by and large and not been extremely careless with it. I'm a little bit disappointed with how you've approached this. I think that given all the circumstances that are involved in this case, and again, I'm just talking about the appearance of what the average Joe sees. You yourself were appointed by President Clinton in the 90s to be U.S. Attorney. Your current boss has said on more than one occasion before Comey's recommendation that Hillary Clinton having top secret information on her email did not damage national security. You, of course, met with Bill Clinton privately just days before the decision was announced not to go ahead with this prosecution. Of course, your current boss has endorsed Secretary Clinton to be the next president of the United States. And in fact, they had a campaign trip scheduled, I believe, the afternoon that Director Comey announced his findings. And so with all of that surrounding, there's a lot of people that have concerns about whether this decision was made with proper integrity. And basically what you've told us today is, I'm not going to talk about it, I'm not going to justify it, it is what it is. And that falls very short, I think, of what a lot of people want. And I've noticed that you have been willing to opine on other instances when it suits you. I mean, for example, in Orlando in June, you said the most effective response to terror is compassion, it's unity, and it's love. You were interjecting on that. You said after the San Bernardino attack that your greatest fear was the rise of anti-Muslim rhetoric. That was something that you volunteered. You discussed the possibility in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee in March of bringing civil actions against people who denied climate change. And of course, you also discussed taking potential criminal action against those engaged in anti-Muslim speech. And so I want to ask you whether your hear no evil, see no evil performance today, if somebody honestly just looks at what happened here and thinks that if they were a junior officer in the Navy or a mid-level official in the federal bureaucracy and they treated classified information like this, that they would have been held accountable, and they look to see all these circumstances, and then here you are to justify as the head of the department, and you're offering them nothing. Do you understand that there's going to be a lot of people that are not satisfied with that?
Well, Congressman, as I've indicated, I understand that people are often frustrated when they don't either understand or have clarity into the reasons behind a decision. In this matter, there have been a number of times when unprecedented clarity has been provided. In terms of the FBI,
All right, give me 1 second. It looks like the feed started to buffer a little bit. Give me 1 second. I'll fix it. It looks like we lost feed for a little while. Give me 1 second. We're trying to get it back as soon as possible.
Which describes the intent element as the following: willfully communicates, delivers, transmits, or causes to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted, or attempts to communicate, deliver, transmit, or cause to be communicated, delivered, or transmitted to any person not entitled to receive it.
Congresswoman, I would need to have information about the recipients, what information or what background they had, what clearances they had or didn't have, and I simply am not able to provide you with that answer because I don't have that full information.
So you do not know if her attorneys had security clearance?
I do not have that information.
My understanding is they did not. But having said that, we're going to move on to the remainder of my time. I want to address another DOJ-related matter before this committee. On October 28, 2015, you appeared before this committee for an oversight hearing. And during that hearing, I noted that FBI Director Comey confirmed that the FBI was investigating criminal allegations within the Department of Veterans Affairs related to the manipulation of wait times. I asked a series of questions regarding DOJ's role and activity in subsequent to the FBI referral. I note that none of these questions would have necessitated answers that would compromise active investigations. If you recall, you were unable to provide those answers during the hearing. However, you twice committed to have DOJ's Office of Legislative Affairs provide information to my office. Subsequently, your staff inquired whether they could provide those answers through an informal phone call rather than official questions for the record. And the promise from your staff was that the answers would be quicker and provide more substantive information. And I agreed because I am more concerned with getting real answers so we can ensure that our veterans receive the care that they have earned. After 6 weeks, that informal phone call took place. Citing ethical and privacy concerns, your staff refused to answer many of those questions. quite the opposite of the promise that an informal call would be more substantive. I can only assume that your staff intentionally induced my office to participate in this informal call to avoid answering these questions, thus obstructing legitimate congressional oversight beyond the purview of the public. This is exactly the type of behavior that disgusts the American public. I attempt to inject transparency on a subject of immense public importance and then agreed to coordinate with the administration to get answers and develop solutions, only to be subject to partisan games. I sent a follow-up letter to you asking for an in-person meeting with an official who could provide these answers. I received a response that stated that the DOJ, and I quote, provided you with information as appropriate and consistent with the department's law enforcement responsibilities, end quote. I want to clarify. I received no information whatsoever. So after 8 months, I will try again. Can you provide a status update regarding this investigation?
Well, certainly, Congresswoman, I can tell you that there has been at least one prosecution. I believe it was Southern District of Georgia. And there have been other matters that are under investigation that are not resolved yet, so we're not able to provide information about them. And certainly, again, if you would reach out again, we will attempt to provide whatever information we can. Where a matter is open, however, we are simply not going to be able to provide that information, but it is something that we take very seriously.
Of the case that was prosecuted, was that case a charge against the VA employee for manipulating wait times?
I will confirm that and get back to you.
Okay, and I would appreciate a response from you or your staff. And how many VA medical facilities are under active investigation for manipulating patient wait times, and when do you expect those investigations?
I missed the very first part of your question. I'm sorry.
How many VA medical facilities are under active investigation for manipulating patient wait times, and when do you expect those investigations to conclude?
I'm not able to give you a timetable for any of the open investigations. I don't have the number, and we'll see if we're able to provide you with some clarity on the number.
Yeah, you should be able to provide clarity on a number, and that's where we were getting stonewalled. I mean, they wouldn't give us any information to my staff at all, and it's very frustrating. Okay, another question. How many cases has the DOJ declined to prosecute or press charges against VA employees for manipulating wait times?
I don't have that information. Again, we'd have to look into that.
Okay. Again, another question that could be answered because we're not asking specific private information of people. And can you provide the reasoning that the DOJ declined to pursue each of these cases?
Again,
those are
I
the
don't
ones
have
that you don't know.
So.
Okay. So I will look forward to having my answers from your staff, and I appreciate and I yield back my time. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman and expresses the interest of the committee in getting the answers to those questions as well. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Trott, for 5 minutes.
Attorney Lynch, thank you for your time today. In 1965, a member of the Senate Labor Committee complained to the chairman of the committee that the new junior senator from New York was getting preferential treatment, and the chairman responded, "I'm not treating Bobby Kennedy any different than I would any other future president of the United States." Did Hillary Clinton receive treatment that was different than others?
She received no treatment different from any other. The only difference in this case is that we have, again, as I've indicated before, provided more information about, at least from the FBI's point of view, the investigative team's thoughts on this.
So if a member of your staff took classified information home, put it on their server, their laptop, nothing would happen to that person?
We would review the matter and come to the appropriate decision. We would look to see at all of the relevant ramifications and see what fit.
So, you know, the meeting on the tarmac with former President Clinton, that was a pretty fortuitous meeting for you, wasn't it?
I would not say that.
Well, it gave you a perfect alibi, because if you had recused yourself, as some have suggested at the outset of this investigation, because you're friends with the Clintons and maybe hope to be Attorney General in her administration, then you wouldn't have, then you could stand here and say, I defer to the FBI director. But you didn't recuse yourself, but now you're using the meeting on the tarmac to basically say, to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I can't answer your question. Isn't that basically what's happened here today?
Congressman, I would not say it was fortuitous for me or for anyone. It led me to take, again, another unusual step in this case.
But that's what's happened today. In fact, I knew you weren't going to answer our questions today, and I apologize for wasting so much time here because it's really not been very productive. And I asked my staff to count the number of times today you would say, I can't answer that question, or refuse to give an appropriate response. It's happened 74 times so far. So really, it's either one of two things. Either you're saying that because you want to avoid the appearance of impropriety, in which case you should have recused yourself, or you're trying to protect Hillary Clinton. So my colleague, Mr. Smith, asked earlier if you had talked with Bill or Hillary about serving as Attorney General in Hillary's administration. Have you talked to any of their staff?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to anyone on their transition team? I know they're talking to people.
I have not spoken to anyone on either the campaign or transition or any staff members affiliated with them.
Do you want to be Attorney General?
My focus is on being the Attorney General throughout the remainder of this administration and dealing with the issues that I've discussed here, particularly my focus on law enforcement and community relations and national security as represented by the Department's work in the most recent tragic actions facing this country. Also, my work involving vulnerable victims and human trafficking. My focus is on making sure that the resources and assets of the Department of Justice are dedicated towards those important goals, particularly when it comes to individuals who feel at odds or left out or somehow cut out of our society and therefore are in a situation where their relationship of trust with law enforcement and
Thank
government
you, General. I'm going to
has been
reclaim my
eroded.
time. Why did you tell the FBI security detail not to have any cameras or phones when you met with President Clinton on the plane?
I didn't make any comments about cameras or phones or anything.
So no one directed the security detail not to take any pictures or anything like that?
I did not. I didn't make any comments about cameras or phones or anything.
So last week, Director Comey, I think when he was being questioned by Mr. Gowdy, said that Hillary Clinton didn't tell the truth when she said that she turned over all the emails, that all the emails had been reviewed by her lawyers, that nothing was classified, that she only had one device, and he was quite pointed in his comments that she wasn't telling the truth about all of those matters and other issues. Do you think she told the truth?
You know, I'm not privy to the reasoning on that. My understanding is that after that exchange, the committee was going to decide whether or not to make a referral. If that were the case, the matter would be reviewed and looked at, and it would be not appropriate to go into it until then.
But you didn't recuse yourself, so you're really using that meeting on the tarmac as a way to avoid answering our questions. Isn't that what's happening here? You're saying it to avoid the appearance of impropriety.
I have talked about my conversation with former President Clinton as a way to explain how it would have no impact on the case. And I felt it was important to explain that because I had earlier decided that I would be accepting the team's recommendation, but that also we didn't talk about anything involving cases or the investigation itself. The conversation was, as I've noted earlier, primarily personal and on his part. We've taken that unusual step so that there would not be a view that there would be any influence on that, on this matter at all.
And you've used that to not answer our questions today.
I've answered your questions. If you have more, I'm happy to hear them.
Let's segue to the 3 mortgage settlements for billions and millions of dollars where in excess of $500 million was basically put into a slush fund to be steered towards liberal community service groups. Any more information on whether the attorneys at DOJ that were involved in mandating money not be steered towards conservative groups, are there any repercussions for that?
Congressman, with respect to the issue of the settlements that were crafted in some of the residential mortgage-backed securities resolutions, I believe that our staffs have had discussions about that. We have provided information to answer questions about that. I believe we're working to provide more information. Again, let us know if there are additional questions there. Those settlements were, in fact, under the FIREA statute, did generate large fines that went to the U.S. Treasury. And payments to other groups were not of government funds, but they went to organizations that have helped literally tens of thousands of Americans modify mortgages and bring their homes out from being underwater and allow them to keep their homes, which is the consumer relief that we were hoping we could effectuate through these settlements.
And the settlement probably violated the Miscellaneous Receipts Act, but that's a discussion for another time. Thank you, General. I yield back my time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bishop, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Lynch, for being here today. I know that the Attorney General's office is required to, the folks in your office are required to attend ethics training every year. Are you required to, as the Attorney General, to attend those as well? I do. And do they cover, I'm sure, the issue of conflict of interest and doing whatever is possible to avoid the appearance of impropriety?
Yes.
I say that in the context of the question that was just asked regarding the meeting on the tarmac, and I wondered if, and I know that you've indicated since then that you regret the unscheduled meeting, and that, moreover, the most important thing for you as Attorney General is the integrity of the Department of Justice, which I appreciate, and I think most Americans would agree with that statement. Do you recall when and whom told you that former President Clinton wanted to speak with you?
As I indicated, I was getting ready to leave the plane to disembark with my husband, and I don't recall who, but I was informed that former President Clinton wanted to say hello, so I agreed that he could say hello, and he did come on board and speak with my husband, myself,
I remember that
other
part.
people.
But full stop, right at that moment, at that very moment, I want you to think back. Did you think even for a split second that maybe perhaps that wasn't the right thing to do, that there might be a conflict of interest, or at the very, very least an appearance of impropriety to have that meeting with the spouse of a person under investigation, and in fact a key witness in another investigation, a former president of the United States, just for a second at that moment? Did you think about that?
I will tell you, Congressman, that at that moment, my thought was, as it is in many instances, that I respond to courtesy with courtesy, and I viewed it as a brief social greeting, and it turned into a longer conversation, certainly than I had anticipated. But
any time during that meeting, did you feel that, did it ever occur to you? I mean, you say in retrospect you regret it, but during that time frame, did you regret it at all?
Congressman, at the time that we had the conversation, as I indicated, I viewed it as a social conversation, similar to when other individuals have asked to say hello, and we speak and move on.
Fair enough. You've answered the question. Thank you very much for that answer. You've indicated that career prosecutors from your office assisted in the investigation, reviewed the evidence with the investigators with the FBI, correct?
They were the line team, as we call it.
Okay, so you had a team working. So did those career prosecutors have the opportunity to advise FBI investigators as to whether or not this was an actionable offense, whether probable cause existed?
Well, certainly they would have provided legal analysis. I'm not able to go into their specific discussions, obviously.
So I get that.
But they would have had discussions about the facts and about the legal analysis.
Your team did. Your team was part of the team at the Department of Justice, was part of this FBI investigation.
Well, the FBI is part of the Department of Justice also.
Okay.
When I apologize for the confusion. When I refer to the DOJ team, I actually mean the lawyers and the agents. So I apologize for that confusion.
So, but these were lawyers from your office, though, that were part of this team, is what I'm getting at. And they were were they part of also the recommendation that was provided by Director Comey? Do they help draft that recommendation?
My understanding is that Director Comey provided the information and recommendation that he provided. The information that I received was from the team. It included Director Comey.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is I don't want to mince words here, and I don't want to be elusive in my question. I want to be as direct as possible. Your team was part of this investigative process, so your team was also part of the recommendation that was put forward by Comey, Director Comey, excuse me.
Well, the recommendation that came to me included Director Comey's recommendation. It was a unanimous recommendation by the agents and prosecutors.
Okay,
yes.
So, okay, I understand that. So this really was your recommendation that you accepted from your team.
It was a recommendation of the career agents and prosecutors who had done the work. They were, as I've indicated before, from within the National Security Division, affiliated with Maine Justice. And they are the ones who made the recommendation to me, and my decision was to accept their recommendation.
Okay, let me ask you one more thing. I know my time is fleeting here. Did Secretary Clinton have counsel present for the interview with the FBI?
I'm not privy to the details of her meeting.
So you don't know whether or not she was questioned under oath, or whether recorded, or any of those?
I'm not privy to the details of that.
Okay. You indicated earlier, my colleague made mention of the fact that there were relevant statutes in a certain case, investigation that was going on. What are the relevant statutes involved in this Secretary Clinton case?
I believe that they have been discussed in terms of mishandling classified information. And
can you cite those chapter and verse so that I understand that you reviewed and understand the statutes that are being used?
The gentleman has expired, but the witness will be Requested to answer the question.
Thank you. Let me get you the exact citations of statutes that would have been under consideration, because I don't want to misstate here, but we've discussed them here generally, and the discussions have been of the relevant statutes, so they have been discussed here, but let me get you the exact citations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, before I get into some other questions, I want to express my concerns over the Antitrust Division's proposed recommendations regarding consent decrees on performing rights organizations, specifically ASCAP BMI. Rather than meaningfully discussing and reviewing the consent decrees, the Antitrust Division appears to have committed instead to reinterpreting existing agreements in a way that fundamentally changes the way license rights are jointly owned music is performed. You've heard this already. The concern can be broken down in a couple of ways. Number one, this goes completely as contradictory to the U.S. Register of Copyrights, completely contradictory to the information that has been given from there. And the Antitrust Division's proposal to reinterpret the existing consent decrees to govern the PROs recommends a shift to 100% licensing and away from the current form of fractional licensing. The Reviewer of Copyrights has previously said it violates basically the principles of copyright law and interferes with creative collaborations among songwriters, negates private contracts, and impermissibly expands the reach of consent decrees. The way I see it, American songwriters are grasping for air, and the Antitrust Division just took them off life support. And there's issues here because in this instance, the acting head of the division of the Department of Justice is making a decision that flies in the face not only of another agency, but also, and putting an industry at risk. There is at least the appearance of conflict of interest among this head with the person making the decision at DOJ based on our previous experience. Now, listening to you all day, I'm not expecting a direct answer, unfortunately. But, and your answer earlier doesn't ring true. You've answered several times that they're continuing to look at this and be a part. Well, let me just add, I've had conversations with parties that have been a part of this, and they have been specifically told that the division has concluded that it would not be in the public interest to modify these decrees into fractional license. That sounds like it's already been made up. So we're going ahead and just preempting the time, and I would just ask, would you be willing to look at this, considering the concerns here, and do an internal independent review of this antitrust decision's recommendations?
Well, thank you, Congressman. Again, as I've said before, my understanding, as has been briefed to me, is that the Antitrust Division's review and recommendations, the review is not complete and the recommendations have not been made. That while they are consulting with various stakeholders, and I do not know if those are some of the individuals with whom you've spoken, that those discussions, I should say, are still ongoing, and that it will be still a few more months until
I
they reach their
appreciate that. I'm going to reclaim my time here because this is an issue that I know may not be on your radar at this point. I'm wanting to put it square front and center on your radar because this is a decision that affects a great deal. But it goes back to something that's very disturbing. I never thought I'd say this. I actually, and I say this with due respect, Attorney General, I miss Eric Holder. Because at least when he came here, he gave us answers. We didn't like it. But I've spent the last 4 hours listening to basically the Attorney General of the United States not willing to make a concrete statement of law. To not be willing to say that when given the opportunity by a colleague of mine, who made the decision in this case? I understand Director Comey stepped up and said, here's the decision we recommend. And y'all, you have been willing to say as well, we just accepted the team recommendation. When given the opportunity to say, do you accept this decision? You've never answered directly that you own this decision. Do you own this decision?
Congressman, as I've stated, I made the decision, and I do accept. I did accept it, and therefore I made the decision to accept that recommendation. That was the action that I took.
The problem that we're having here, though, is you took a decision because you had to. Your own words just a few moments ago, that the meeting on the tarmac led you to do something. That was your exact words. It led me to do something, and that was basically recuse yourself, but didn't recuse yourself. You just said, I'm going to accept what they tell me.
It led me to discuss the decision I'd already made about how the matter would be
Had you already
handled.
had conversations with the team before you made this statement and before the meeting on the tarmac?
No. Before I had a conversation with former President Clinton, I had not spoken with the team. I had concluded in my mind how it should best be resolved because I had tremendous faith in their work and their integrity.
Did you have it
so
best
there were
be
no
resolved as far as
conversations
what they're
before that.
doing and the way it was going about or the end outcome?
I had no conversations about the end outcome of the investigation.
Do you believe that there is such a thing as a strict liability offense?
Depending upon the statute, environmental
No, ma'am.
matters, for
No.
example,
We went to law school.
in
Is there
OSHA,
strict liability offenses or not?
In OSHA, for example, there are.
That
In
a
some
yes or a no?
environmental cases, there are.
Simply yes or no.
I've given you two examples.
No, I want a yes or a no. Is there strict
I've
liability
given you
offenses?
2 examples.
I'm not, this is, again, The issue that we have here is there's no ownership at DOJ. It's no wonder the optics of this so bad. I've never agreed probably with David Axelrod in my life, but the optics of this are terrible, and you today have made it worse. And as also a member of the military who just got through with my drill duty this weekend, you have basically, to me, offended every military member here who handles classified information, who does so with their training, and you've basically said, well, it depends on this. I got a question for you. Riding down the road, the speed limit says 55. I'm doing 65. Have I broke the law?
You'd have to ask the Highway Patrol.
Oh,
They
my
would
God.
likely write you a ticket. They would likely write you a ticket for that.
I'm not sure. I went to a small little small law school. We taught the law. Harvard, I'm not sure anymore. Did you break the law or not? 65 and a 55. My dad was a state trooper.
As
Be
I said
careful with your
before.
answer. You're under oath.
As I said before, you would get a ticket for that.
Okay, so you broke the law.
You would be cited for that. That would be considered an offense.
In this, just the amazingness of this, when you've been asked many times, you said, I'm not going to talk about this. The day after, you said, well, I'm just going to have to accept whatever they tell me because you're not going to do any investigation. You're not going to put the Attorney General, the top law enforcement officer's stamp of approval on it. You said, I'm just going to accept whatever they give me. Did you at least read anything before you had a press conference the next day? Did you at least look at the testimony from Hillary Clinton?
Well,
Did you at
Congressman,
least look at
you know,
anything?
Time of the gentleman.
I did not hold a
Time
press
of the gentleman has
conference. I issued a
expired. The witness
statement.
can answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did not issue a press conference. I issued a statement. I did receive a briefing from the team. It was thorough. It discussed the findings that they had come to. It discussed the legal analysis that they had made. My decision was to accept those findings. And as I've said before, that was my decision.
As a famous leader once said, the buck stops with me. Please go read that. This has been depressing.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Attorney General for being here for this long period of time. And since I'm the last person, literally, my colleagues on this side have exhausted a lot of the topics about community policing, gun safety, police misconduct. There's even a question about compensation for songwriters. I don't think a single one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle has asked a question about something other than Secretary Clinton's emails, so that topic has been extensively covered. I do wish that she had not used a private server. I do wish that you had not had that meeting on the tarmac, and I think each of you has acknowledged these errors to your credit. But my colleagues throughout this hearing have exhibited an honest and a passionate concern about the law and about the Constitution here today with regard to Mrs. Clinton. And we are serious about the Constitution here in the Judiciary Committee. They even give us a pocket Constitution in each of our drawers. And I wanted to ask a couple questions about the constitutional issues that might be raised by some of the proposals of another candidate for president. Mr. Trump has proposed a ban on Muslims entering the country until our leaders figure out what the heck is going on. Now, putting aside the vagueness of that proposal, do you see any constitutional issues that are raised by such a proposal? Are there any barriers to such a proposal raised by the Constitution?
So, Congressman, I will tell you that I do not have a comment on any of the candidates and their specific proposals. That is not my role, and I have chosen not to comment on specifics that any candidate may offer. What we have said about any proposal to ban a particular group is that it would not be in the interest of law enforcement and would not advance the goals of law enforcement to do so. But I don't have a comment on any of the comments or proposals of any of the candidates.
Has the Justice Department under you considered a registry of Muslim Americans that would keep track of where they moved?
That has not been a consideration of ours.
Do you not think that would be useful?
As I've indicated, the way in which we interact with the Muslim American community has been one where we are trying to grow cooperation and trust. They are, in fact, an ally in many investigations that we have. They have been helpful in providing information about various issues. And so it has been more effective, in our view, to deal with individuals from any particular community as all Americans.
Might that also, such a proposal, pose a burden on the free exercise of religion under the First Amendment?
Well, certainly I would not support any burdens on the free exercise of religion.
Have you ever considered whether women might be punished for seeking an abortion? Is there any
Again, Congressman, to the extent that it relates to something that a particular candidate has raised, I'm not going to comment on that. I think that that issue has been discussed considerably in the press. I think it depends upon the state laws at issue there. And as I said before, it's because my role is not to comment on the campaign or any of the candidates. And so I apologize for that, but I don't have a comment on that.
And then I guess the other thing that was raised, and you're the Attorney General, so I don't have anyone else to ask, but the idea that if we entered into a treaty or an agreement with other countries, a new president might come in and rip it up. I don't suppose you have any view on the constitutional mechanism to do that by executive action alone?
Well, I actually don't have knowledge of the process by which one could revoke a treaty, and so I'm not able to answer that question for you.
Well, it's my observation that we talk a lot about executive overreach in this committee. In fact, I think we have the next hearing is on executive overreach, and the kinds of proposals that are coming out of the other campaign. And this has been, this frankly has been about a presidential candidate. I don't think any of us is under the illusion that this is all about one prosecution. This has to do with the political campaign. I think Ms. Lofgren suggested that that some members of the committee were disappointed by your failure to obviate the need for an election by prosecuting Secretary Clinton. So I just raised the point that executive overreach appears to go both ways, and I want my colleagues to consider that as they spend the next week supporting the candidate who's really the king of executive overreach. And I guess that's not your issue today, but I hope we don't have to face that in the next term. I do want to thank you very much for spending the time here. I know it's been a long day, and appreciate your service. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Ratcliffe, for 5 minutes.
General Lynch, after your meeting with Bill Clinton, you were asked in an interview about the appearance of impropriety and said, "No matter how I view it, I understand how people view it. It has now cast a shadow over how this case may be received." Do you remember saying that?
That was a few days afterwards in an interview, yes, sir.
We know that you made the decision at that point not to recuse yourself from this investigation. 2 days after you made that statement about casting a shadow on the integrity of the Department of Justice, the New York Times reported that, quote, Democrats close to Mrs. Clinton say that she may decide to retain Ms. Lynch, the nation's first black woman to be Attorney General, end quote. Did the timing of that, right after the Bill Clinton meeting, give rise to any thought in your mind of reconsidering whether or not recusal in the light of appearance of impropriety might be appropriate?
Congressman, I have no knowledge of the source of that statement, nor have I had any conversations about that.
Didn't give it any thought?
My view was that I needed to discuss the conversations I had with the former president to clarify my role in the investigation.
So I don't want to impugn your integrity by asking you whether the prospect of future employment as Attorney General in a Hillary Clinton administration influenced your decision whether or not to recuse yourself or influenced your final decision regarding prosecution. But now that you've already made that decision and closed the matter, will you consider serving as an Attorney General in the Hillary Clinton administration?
Congressman, my focus is on serving as Attorney General in this administration.
I don't care about your focus. What I want to know is, will you rule it out?
That is my focus now.
You won't rule it out.
It is working on the issues before the Department of Justice. That matter is not before me.
Well, I got to tell you, that shadow that you cast on the Department of Justice just got a whole lot bigger. Because if you're not willing to rule out future employment in the Hillary Clinton administration, what that means is the American people have every right to wonder whether or not you looked at this through a fair and impartial lens, because your answer tells the American people that after the FBI director told you that Ms. Clinton had been extremely careless with at least 110 emails marked as top secret, secret, or classified and may have jeopardized the lives of actual Americans, and told you that she made numerous false public statements about sending, receiving, or turning over classified materials, you might want to apply for a job with her? Your answer, not ruling out employment with her, means that as much of the free world is wondering whether or not Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and possibly sent to prison for being extremely careless, as the FBI director said, with hundreds of top secret, secret, and classified emails, you're telling the American people watching today that instead of going to jail faced with the prospect of possible future employment, you think she should go to the other end of the spectrum and be eligible to be the person with greater access and greater control over America's most sensitive and trusted national security information than anyone else on the planet? I got to tell you, utter shock is an understatement with respect to what I just heard you say. So let me ask you this question.
Well, Congressman,
I want
as
to
I
ask you
indicated-
this question. My time is limited and the clock is moving. Based upon your unwillingness to rule out future employment, in light of the fact that you and your husband had a 30-minute conversation with the spouse of a pending federal investigation, of the subject or target of a pending federal investigation, and with a person who would be the subject or target of the federal investigation, if there is one into the Clinton Foundation, would you at least agree with me that if there is such an investigation, you'll have to recuse yourself from that one?
Congressman, with respect to other matters before this committee or any other, or before the Department of Justice, they'll be reviewed like any other. I will take all the appropriate action that I would need
I'll
to take
take that as a no.
in that instance.
And let me move on
And Congressman,
then,
as I've
because I've got a
indicated to
really
your colleague,
important-
just as I will not comment on the statements of
Listen,
candidates or
with all due
candidacy
respect,
of
I'm not going to
anyone,
let you run out the clock on the
either
American
side,
people that
I
have
would not
questions that
comment
need to
on
be
the
answered. So
candidacy
let me move on.
of the other one.
On July 5th, 1 week after your meeting with Bill Clinton, FBI director made an unprecedented, extraordinary public recommendation not to indict. But his statement was just a recommendation. You've said, I made the decision. And in his statement to the press, he said that what that decision would include would be quote, considerations like the strength of evidence, especially regarding intent. He said also that a responsible decision would consider the context of a person's action. So my question to you is, as you made the decision, did your final decision weigh the strength of the evidence and the context of Hillary Clinton's actions?
I will tell you, Congressman, that that was part of what the team that was presenting to me was focused on, and it was certainly encompassed those issues as well as all of the other issues that I've indicated before that would be in that. It would be contained within their entire recommendation to me.
And that was
Then-
reflected in your two-sentence statement about, that starts out late this afternoon, I met with FBI Director Jim Comey and career prosecutors. By the way, how long did that meeting last?
You know, I don't recall.
Hours?
I don't recall, and I wouldn't be providing that information.
More than hours?
I don't recall and would not be
Well, it
providing
says
that
late in the
information.
afternoon. I assume it was in one day?
It's clear from the statement when the meeting occurred.
Okay, so it happened the day after, and apparently within a matter of hours, if it happened in one day. So you just told us that after a year-long investigation involving 150 FBI agents working around the clock, involving more than 30,000 emails, tens of thousands of man-hours, that your thoughtful, careful weighing of strength of the evidence took you an afternoon, a cup of coffee with the FBI director, that your decision in this case for charges relating to a person who, according to the FBI director, said was extremely careless handling America's most sensitive national security matters and is seeking to be a candidate in charge of America's most sensitive national security matters, took the better part of an afternoon. It didn't last weeks, didn't last months, didn't take days. You weighed that evidence, determined her intent and gross negligence in a matter of hours. Will you at least tell the American people whether or not you at least reviewed the 110 top secret, and classified emails that we know that she sent and received on an unsecure, unauthorized server? Will you at least answer that?
As I have indicated.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness is permitted to answer the
Thank
question.
you, Mr. Chairman. As I've indicated, I received a recommendation after a briefing from the team, which included the career lawyers as well as the FBI director. I received a full and thorough briefing. We reviewed and discussed the matter, and I accepted their recommendation. And as I've indicated earlier, again, just to be clear, the reason I do not go into these internal meetings is because the teams of prosecutors and agents who work on every matter need to be able to provide their full and unfettered advice, counsel, discussion, without the fear of political overtones, without the fear of that kind of
Since you didn't
influence.
answer that question, I'll give you a preview that I'll ask Director Comey that when he's in front of Homeland next week. And let me just close then, summarize by saying, so less than after a week after you met privately with the spouse of a target of a federal investigation, a target with whom you haven't ruled out applying for a job, you didn't recuse yourself and instead spent a grand total of a few hours reaching a decision regarding tens of thousands of documents involving our national security, and you can't seem to understand why the American people, Republicans, Democrats, and independents are outraged at your actions. If you thought the meeting that you had on the tarmac with Bill Clinton cast a shadow over the integrity of the Department of Justice, what I've heard today from you made the size of that shadow something that I will tell you that as far as casting shadows that the American people pay attention to, Punxsutawney Phil's got nothing on you. I yield back.
General Lynch, Mr. Ratcliffe had a number of good questions, and he cut you off in some of the answers. If you'd like to give an answer to anything that he just posed, we'd be happy to give you additional time to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will not take a great deal of your time. The only comment that I wanted to make clear for the record was just as with respect to questions about the any presidential candidate or candidate for any other office, just as I would not opine on policies or issues raised by one, I would not opine on policies or issues raised by the other. That is something that I want to make it clear. That is not my function as the Attorney General. I'm not attempting to do that in any way here. So just as I would not opine with respect to the questions raised by Congressman Peters, I did not want to appear to be responding about Mrs. Clinton as a candidate. My responses here have been with respect to the matters before the Department of Justice and the Department of Justice alone. As I've indicated, we have provided unprecedented access into the thinking of the investigative team in this case. We have also, I have provided access into the process by which the department was resolving this matter, things that we rarely do, but I felt was important to do in order to make it clear to the American people that my role in this matter had been decided before I had a conversation with the former president. That conversation did not have any impact on it, and that in fact, as with every case, the team of experienced career prosecutors and agents who reviewed this diligently, thoroughly, and at great length, had gone to great lengths and came up with a thorough, concise, and exhaustive review and recommendation, which I then accepted. While I understand the frustration by people who disagree with that decision, as I've indicated before, it is similar to the frustration of people who may have a situation where they're the victim of a crime and we're not able to bring a case. And we have had similar discussions with individuals in that category as well. So I understand that frustration and the desire to see action in a certain matter where feelings are strong and emotions run high. But in this case, as with every other case that the department handles, we looked at the law, we looked at the facts, they were applied, and a conclusion was come to that was consistent with the law and those facts, and I accepted that recommendation.
Well, General Lynch, this concludes our hearing. I thank you for providing us with more than 4.5 hours of your time. However, scores of questions were posed to you that were not answered by you. Some you've offered to get back to us about in writing afterwards. We will be forwarding to you additional questions related to other matters raised, as well as the investigation and non-decision to prosecute former Secretary of State Clinton. And we would expect that you would answer those questions. You are the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States, and okay. You are the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the United States, and the final decision regarding the prosecution is yours. And the fact that you were not able to provide us with answers regarding how that decision was reached is very concerning to members of this committee and to the American public. I do thank you for appearing today. Without objection, we will make a part of the record a letter from Congressman Walters to you, General Lynch, and your response, or actually Peter Kadzik's response to her. First letter dated December 17, 2015, second January 15, 2016, and I know you've made a commitment to respond further regarding her inquiry regarding the Department of Veterans Affairs. Yes. With that, the committee, this concludes the hearing, and we thank you for your appearance today. And without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. And with that, the hearing is adjourned.
In recent years, this country's gone to hell. And the crack's getting bigger on the side of that Liberty Bell.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We thank you for choosing us as your stream of choice. We hope that you join us later on for the Trump rally. If you are interested in joining us, please check on our main channel. It will tell you at what time it's starting depending on your time zone. So make sure you join us later on. Also, go to our Twitter and please sign the petition to make Black Lives Matter a domestic terrorist group. Don't forget to do that. We need as many signatures as we possibly can. Retweet it, copy and paste it in other places. Do whatever you got to do, but we need as many signatures as we possibly can. Thank you very much to all my moderators for being awesome. Thank you to all of our regulars for being here with us. And I think this was an awesome stream. We shattered our previous records of people on our stream, so that's awesome. Thank you very much. Hope to see you on later today for a Trump for President event. See you guys soon. Peace. I'll restart the song, and by the way, this is the theme song of this Trump community, so I'll start the song all over again. 1 second.
In recent years, this country's gone to hell. And the crack's getting bigger on the side of that Liberty Bell. Well, Clinton, Obama, and the Democratic crew sure did a number on me and you. It wasn't my vote, you can blame yourselves for that. But we got a chance to turn things around if you get your butt up off the ground and understand we're all gonna have to work. This big old country was built on sweat, and if we're gonna make it great again, you're gonna get wet. But the first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. And to hell with the rest, he'll get us over the hump. And down the road, we'll all go, and the wall will get built by Mexico. But first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. He understands the working man, tells the truth that we can understand. If you don't like it, you can all just kiss our ass. Kiss our ass. He pays his own way, don't take no crap. Gonna bring back country, get rid of rap. And if nothing else, we can all thank Donald for that. Thank you, Donald. Vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. To hell with the rest, he'll get us over the hump. And down the road, we'll all go, and the wall will get built by Mexico. But the first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. Well, little Marco and Lion Ted, it's time to go home and crawl in bed. The campaign's over and the big fat ladies sing. And Hillary Clinton don't stand a chance with her preacher hair and her old man pants. Take Bill home, good God, he's getting old. Now let's vote for Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Yeah, to hell with the rest, he'll get us over the hump. And down the road, baby, we'll all go, and the wall getting built by Mexico. Well, first things first, we all gotta vote for Trump. Jesus says, vote for Trump.
I remember 4 years ago, our Justice Department contacts said the number one threat is going in to the final election before Obama leaves office. and that they were planning to start a race war with different organizations and groups. They tried it with Trayvon Martin. We now know the Justice Department and the Attorney General, who's above the law with Hillary, are commanding Black Lives Matter. We know Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple are all pushing it. The president came out today and blamed the police and said they need to reform themselves, as if Dallas cops had something to do with what happened in Minnesota. We are critics of corruption in the police, but my God, we don't support civil war and this craziness. And I didn't believe it 4 years ago that Obama would try to suspend the election or use it to throw it for Hillary. But even Jesse Jackson's come out and blamed Trump and his supporters today for what happened. So this is just crazy. And so we're here on Facebook Mentions and on Twitter, Periscope, and other systems covering this. But let's go look at DrudgeReport.com right now and just look at these headlines. Well, I said today when I went on air, there will be more copycat attacks. Then this Black Liberation Group came out and took credit and said there will be more attacks. Cops targeted across America. 3 more cops shot in Missouri, Tennessee, and Georgia for just being white. This is the mind control of people like this reported shooter, where he really believes he's a hero. I mean, that'd be like if a black person attacked me and I just went out and randomly killed some random black person. It's the most idiotic BS. And a lot of idiots are like, oh, you must be threatened by this, is why you're trying to be nice. I'm trying to stop civil war in this country. If 6% of the country being black males thinks that having some war with everybody else is going to be successful, I do some math again. The truth is almost all black people and white people, you name it, just humans don't want this. This is horrible what's going on. But just look at these headlines.
Well, here's an interesting one about this martial law thing with Black Lives Matter. DeRay McKesson had his phone hacked. He's talking with Loretta Lynch. We spoke 2 weeks ago. They really want us to start pushing how racist Trump is now instead of waiting so others can start getting protesters ready to shut both conventions down. Talking with the Justice Department about shutting down presidential elections? That's freaking crazy. If we can get both elections shut down for messing over Bernie and having racist Trump, then get martial law declared so Obama can stay in office. Now, we don't know if these are actual tweets that really got from his phone or not, but he did confirm he was hacked.
And that's the Baltimore Sun.
Yeah.
And what's worse is it doesn't matter if this is completely accurate or not, because this is what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
The president comes out and pushes it like it's a good thing what's going on. I mean, this is crazy. And look, Civil War, New York Post.
Right. But look, during all this, Hillary finally talks about her FBI scandal with the emails. So during all this, when nobody even cares now, the country has turned its eye towards Dallas, she's going to come out and talk about the email scandal. Everybody in her camp is happy that this happened, I can tell you
This
that.
is classic communist textbook. I want to be clear. This is not a communist conspiracy we face. They're using communist tactics that have overthrown other nations. Let's look at some of the articles on Infowars.com. Special report, Dallas police massacre, part of UN plan to overthrow America. The Justice Department says the UN must run your police or we'll just basically arrest you, sue you, turn Black Lives Matter loose to kill you. This is what's going on. The good news is people understand what's happening. Facebook, we just posted a video. It allows all these groups to celebrate the massacre of police, but shuts down just mainline libertarian sites. And again, 3 more officers shot following Dallas massacre. We're going to be following it all at Infowars.com. But here's the final equation. Obama, Soros are behind what's happened here. That's the reality. And I want to just tell the trendy whites and Black Lives supporters and all of you something, you idiots. Because I live here in Austin around a lot of so-called liberals that are really just mental patient basket cases that never got out of their house when they were kids. I mean, I'm serious. These are really domesticated folks. I'm surprised they aren't wearing diapers at age 30. I want to explain something to you jackasses, okay? 258 blacks got killed in 2015. Look up the Justice Department's own numbers. Period, by police. 990 citizens, period, out of 330 plus million. I don't like cops generating revenue, violating rights, stuff like that. I criticize it all day. I've written books on it. I'm like the leader of that. But I want to reform things, not cause a civil war or shoot cops when they're pumping gas in the back of the head. Since police started slow rolling 3 years ago in the black communities, crime's more than tripled. 2,000 people got shot in 2015. It's up this year, by the way. 2,000 people, look it up. In fact, Google it for folks. 2,000 shot in Chicago in 1 year. 92% were black. That's CNN's own Justice Department numbers. Over 500 died.
Yeah, more than 2,000 shot in Chicago this year.
That's
So
right. That's this year, 2,000 almost. The year before it was 2,000 total. So 6 months in, 7 months in, it's 2,000 this year. That's a new article. I saw that one too today. You got 500 plus black people killed last year in Chicago, mainly by other black folks. That's more than cops killed in the entire nation in one city. Again, this is a war of perception. I talked about 3 weeks ago, my daughters at my parents' house saw an ad for the Shallows with these great white sharks eating everybody. They'd always gotten in the ocean with me. I went down to the coast. The next week, they wouldn't get in the water. I mean, look, I don't like it when I drive to some checkpoint and the cops are violating rights. I get out and expose what they're doing. There's some bad cops out there, but this thing of it's like the citizens versus the cops. The globalists know revolution's coming to America against the tyranny of the foreign banks that run us, the TPP, the Brexit, all of it, the EU. World government's out in the open. Their only hope is getting us ethnically, religiously, regionally fighting with each other. And I'm telling you, Obama could really suspend the election, call it a civil emergency, you name it. All I know is this is clearly orchestrated, and I've never seen anything in American politics like it. And it's not going to be good for anybody but the globalists. Rob Dewey, you want to go over some of this news for people?
Well, here's that Washington Times article I was talking about. Police kill more whites than blacks, but minority deaths generate more outrage. And this is all done with the media. This is a plan to basically highlight any of these instances that
And
can
puff
be
them up.
sort of questionable.
But show the
Yeah.
2,000 shot in Chicago.
Yeah, here it is.
Show them. WGN
TV, right here. WGN TV. More than 2,000 shot in Chicago this year so far. Now, since 2010, there have been over 12,000 shootings in Chicago. And they have the highest, the most ridiculous draconian gun laws in the country, next to California.
And it's 92% black on black. I mean, all I'm saying is, okay, great. Okay, 258 blacks got shot by cops. Let's just say all the cops were guilty, which of course they weren't. They think just a few percent were illegitimate shootings. Whatever. It's like I'm not defending the police. I'm not trying to start a civil war run by George Soros, who's financing Black Lives Matter and the damn White House. They admit they got hacked. Are all these emails accurate? I don't know. All I know is George Soros is pushing this whole thing. So what do you think below, here on Facebook, here on YouTube, here on everywhere else? And we'll be back throughout the weekend covering all this at Infowars.com. But whatever you do, if you think this video has pertinent info, add more info below. We'll research it, send these links on to everybody you know. Send the links on Infowars.com/show where the free video feeds are. When we go live, there'll be feeds there. We'll send out alerts for folks that sign up for our free email alerts at Infowars.com/newsletter. Whatever you do, this is crazy, and this is how the elite control us. This is so sick. This is so sad, and
Here's a map you can see. Since 2010, they've had over 2,600 victims. It looks like every year. 2013 and 2014, it was under 20.
yeah, it's always 2,000 shot.
But look, yeah, 2,000.
And
they've already
over
hit
500 dying. Over 500 dying. Almost all black, and it's not even on the radar, man. That's crime statistics right there.
Yeah.
Show folks.
That's straight. Here's the map. It shows you where they happen.
But see, it doesn't matter. It's like, oh, whatever. Well, a black person goes to another black person. Who cares? It's like, what? I mean, this is all in Democrat-run gun control, gun confiscation zones. They just make it a criminal shooting spree. It's just crazy. And they're coming after the guns, folks. They're coming after the media. I couldn't believe Obama came out and said the police are at fault and today and said that they need to reform themselves. That's like, how are the Dallas police guilty of what some cop did in Minnesota? All right, I'm done talking about it. We'll have more reports. The Nightly News is coming up in about an hour and a half. Infowars Nightly News, prisonplanet.tv, infowars.com/show. All the coverage is there. We're on top of this. We're dominating the internet right now. We'll get this stuff out. So is drudgereport.com. It crashed earlier today. We've got like 10,000 plus people a second who are new. A second coming into the site right now. So the good news is they try to censor us and control us. When we had cameras on the border showing open borders and then it was on Drudge, people aren't stopping the signal. So everybody on Periscope, everybody on Facebook, everybody just be sure and get these videos out because the system does not want this information to get out. Infowars.com/show. Rob, do final comment.
Yeah.